Hello, everybody. We are live. You already know what we are going to discuss. We're going to do some introductions. Aputa was just here, but somehow he dropped, I think, his connection. Oh, look, he's back. His connection was a bit unstable. Aputa is back. Hey, Aputa. So
I'm not sure why it just threw me out of the thing, but okay.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. You're here. So before we get started, I'd like to mention a couple of things for everybody watching. Einkin says, I want the drama. There probably will not be drama, Einkin. Thank you for that. What you will be noticing is
She's
hopefully
great, man. She's great. We were both recently interviewed by her, right? Great interview.
Yeah. She's awesome. She's awesome. Yeah. There probably won't be a lot of drama. There will mostly just be a conversation amongst three vegan people. What I want to come out of this, number one, it's not a debate, but it's a conversation where we explore values. Number two, none of us at the end of this will be less vegan than we are right now. Okay, so there's no character attacks that should be happening after this. And number three, I don't know, just let's just you guys, if you have arguments yourselves, please write them down. Oh, well, in the comment section, I mean, and maybe we can go through them also, right? As long as we're in the discussions, I'll try to focus on the conversation more. But I will also look at the comment section from time to time. Okay, so that's it. Now let's do some introductions before we get started. I'm Chip. I'm Vegan Power Lab. I like to do street outreach videos and mostly a vegan activist. Yeah, that's it for me.
Eddie, you want to go first?
Sure. I'm Heri. I'm a surf instructor from Puerto Rico. I just obtained my master's in psychology. And I like to do vegan activism in my free time. And I also like to talk about more fringe topics like this, like wild animal suffering, predation, abolition, stuff like that.
Cool. So I'm Aputa. I'm a graduate student, the subject of structural biology. Um, I've been vegan since 2017, if I'm not wrong, and I've been doing activism for the same amount of time. Although my activism has sort of taken a backseat because of my schedule these days. So I just do like online debates and online discussions, that sort of thing, to fill up whatever schedule I have left. So yeah, that's it.
Nice. Just letting you guys know, for me, you froze a little bit, so it might be that my internet connection is also shit. So I'm sorry about that.
He was good on my end.
Yeah. No, it was definitely on my end. I realized that it was on my end, so I'm sorry about it. If from time to time I freeze, it's because my internet connection is shit. Okay, so just so you know. Okay, let's get it started, right? So the way I see it, you guys, I have some complaints, concerns, I don't know how to call it, over the whole argument. But as far as I understand, to make it work better, you will run it on me. Okay, so let's go for it.
Take it away.
Sure, we can go straight to the fun part, to the back and forth. Yeah, my position is that I am in favor of killing odd order predators to protect innocent prey animals from being ripped apart and eaten alive. We already went through this conversation, Cyprian, so I just want to, I'm going to go down the dialogue tree again to see exactly where is it that we disagree. I'm going to ask you some general questions. So let me start, like, what do you think about, do you think wild animal suffering is a bad thing and we should be thinking about ways in which we could improve the lives of wild animals in nature?
I mean, wild animal suffering, it's a bit of a general term, suffering. I would say wild animal abuse is maybe bad. I don't know. I don't want to get into semantics, but I feel like some suffering is required for growth. So I wouldn't necessarily call it wildlife suffering, but let's say wildlife. I don't know how to call it, but I understand your point, your perspective, and I would say yes, it is bad that animals get killed for other animals.
Sure, and for example, like other issues like animals starving in nature, animals like bearing the elements, animals not having any help when they like break a bone in the middle of nature, stuff like that. You agree that all that stuff is bad, and if we had tools to make their lives better, you would agree that it would be a good thing to improve their lives?
This is a bit of a tricky question, because do I agree that humans should intervene in making the lives of wild animals better? I don't know. Are there individual cases where I believe that humans should could intervene and thus make it better? Maybe. But I also believe, like, through my own perspective of my own human ethics, values that I perceive, I could say one thing is bad or the other by trying to be in the position of one animal or the other, right? But if we take whole ecosystems into consideration, I think it's not as simple as that is. That's kind of one of my arguments against it, right? So saying that we as humans should, because your question was, should we as humans stop wildlife suffering or try to somehow intervene in wildlife and make it so that everybody's happy, just to put it in a different perspective, I'm not sure. Like, if we could, like, without a doubt do that there's a way where we could absolutely all calculations
we can make it simple. We can make it simple for the hypothetical. Let's say we had a way that we could intervene, and without a doubt we would make their lives better. That would be a good thing to do it. Yes.
If it's better by their standards, not ours, yes.
Okay, sure. And okay, so about predation specifically, you agree that predation is a bad thing, and if we not only predation in our plates as humans, and what carnies do, but predation out in nature, do you agree that it is a problematic thing? And if we had a way to end the predation and without the ecosystem collapsing or something like that, would you be in favor of ending predation, or would you be against it? And would you think we should keep predation happening perpetually?
So if there is a magical way to make it happen without any ecosystem being interfered or nothing happening within an ecosystem, then I still have some ethical concerns about it, and I can explain why, what my ethical concerns also are. But if we could somehow relocate predators, like separate them and keep them, like, obviously in a hypothetical scenario where we can intervene in nature and eliminate one species, I will throw another hypothetical out there, where why would we need to eliminate that species, and why wouldn't we, in a hypothetical scenario, be able to keep all species but keep them separated from each other so that they don't kill each other, right? So I agree that maybe if we could stop the killing, we should stop the killing. I don't necessarily agree that the solution should be killing the predators.
Sure, and I agree with you, man. I agree in principle. If we had a pragmatic way to end predation without resorting to violence, to lethal means, I don't think any of the people that hold the culling predators position would be against that. Like, if we found a way to technology like gene therapy to make this to herbivorize these predators, so we could like separate them and feed them lab grown meats, like I would favor that. But the problem is that on the meantime, like, while we get that technology, there's going to be some individual animals getting eaten alive in nature. So that's where calling odd order predators come in. We can go over what odd order predators are and how they are distinguished from even order predators. But my position is that it is justified to kill odd order predators to protect their right to life. And we already have some common ground in the human context. We think it is. I'll ask you. Let's go down the diatribe.
Yeah.
Like, if there was a predator about to eat a human alive, let's say a lion, and you saw it was in front of you, the only way to save a child from being ripped apart by a lion was to use lethal force. Would you use lethal force to save the child?
Yes.
Okay. So now let's make a hypothetical. Let's say that there was some sort of predator in a predator-prey cycle with humans, and let's call that chupacabras, man. Okay, so there was a chupacabras out there. You saw chupacabras. You were in a helicopter. You saw chupacabras. Nobody's danger was in imminent. Nobody's life was in imminent danger. But this is a being that feeds on humans. Would you shoot it, or would you let it run around freely?
So what we're saying right now is there's a potential species that solely feeds on humans, and the purpose is should we eliminate that species of of animals that solely feeds on
The
humans.
specific question right now is that specific individual. I'm not talking about the whole species right now.
Oh, that specific individual. That specific individual.
You're in a helicopter. You're seeing a chupacabras with your own eyes. You had a gun. Would
Does
you
the chupacabra does the chupacabra only feed solely on humans? Could they theoretically be relocated without being killed?
That's a separate question, but the question that's on the table right now, you see it, you see it out there. Would you shoot it? Yes or no? Yes.
Well, if I don't have the required knowledge, then I would not shoot them. No, if I don't know that whether they can be relocated or not, they are not attacking anybody, then I would not kill them. If I know for a fact that they can be relocated, then I would obviously choose for them to be relocated. But if we're in a scenario where this species cannot possibly be relocated, they only feed on humans, then yes, maybe we should eradicate that species.
Okay, but in the context where the lives of humans would be in imminent danger, like let's see, you're in the helicopter and the chupacabra was about to rip apart a family of humans, you would shoot it in that situation.
Yes. If they're attacking humans, yes, I would try to stop them.
Okay, but in the context where you just knew that in the near future it was about, because these beings are you could assume by a certain degree of certainty, you can assume that in the near future it's gonna rip apart humans because that's what they do to survive. And you're seeing a young chupacabra out there. You're saying that you would be comfortable just let it run around and potentially kill some humans in the future. You wouldn't like intervene by killing it.
Are these species part of any ecosystems? The reason why I ask this because this whole thing is like, are they definitely going to kill a human being afterwards, right? Like, because I've already answered that, if that's the question, right? If I know for a fact that this species only attacks humans and this
Yes.
species is a danger to humans, then yes. Again, I don't think that this species should exist because we would protect our own species in that sense, right? It's a,
okay,
you can see it as a defensive mechanism, right?
So to be clear, you would be in favor of shooting the chupacabra. Yes, it was in a predator prey cycle with specifically humans, and you could assume by a very high degree of certainty that it would kill humans in the near future. You had no reason to assume it's just gonna starve to death and not kill any other human. You would call this predator, yes?
If they cannot be relocated, if the only way to do is kill them, yes.
Yeah, let's say you had no pragmatic way to do that. You couldn't do it. You had no friends that could call up and relocate it. You couldn't feed it lab-grown meat. The only way
Then
was using lethal force.
Then I wouldn't. So
you
if there's a
would
possibility,
use lethal force?
No, so if there's a possibility, obviously, so if I see a chupacabra, as you say, right, like in this hypothetical scenario, if I see a chupacabra and this chupacabra there is a possibility for them to be relocated and they wouldn't be killing humans, then obviously I would not kill them, right? If I'm uncertain whether there is that possibility, I would also choose to not kill them because I would, again, be committing, like I would be killing somebody who is potentially innocent. If I know for a fact that they are going to be killing a human being, if I know for a fact that there's no other way to stop them other than killing them, then yeah, maybe I would kill them, right?
What do you mean by knowing it? What do you mean by knowing it for a fact? Because we could assume it by a certain degree of certainty. The same way we could assume a lion is gonna kill some herbivorous animals in the future. You can assume it by that same degree of certainty. You just know this is the sort of being that would kill a human in the near future. You would be comfortable just letting it loose to kill some humans in the future?
Not it. Let me because this is, we're coming back to the same question, right? Like, how do I know for certain in this hypothetical that they're going to be killing a human?
It's not certain. It's not certain. It's probability. Relevant. Yeah, it's not relevant. It's just a high degree of probability.
It's a high degree of probability.
We just know that this being is going to kill humans with the same degree of certainty that we know that a lion is going to kill a deer. How we know it, why we know it, doesn't really matter.
Okay, but can they be relocated so that they don't kill humans?
Let's say the pragmatic, the structures, the pragmatic structures we have are the same for lions. So to the same degree of certainty that we, the same degree of control and pragmatic, machinery we have to do it for lions is the same degree over here.
Well, there is a difference, right? Because the reason why I mentioned this, also why I ask if they're part of any ecosystem, right? Because if they're part of an ecosystem that hunts both humans and other species, then I would not kill them because they would be hunting other species, right? If they wouldn't be part of any ecosystem and for some reason only hunt humans, then yeah, I would be killing them if they only hunt humans and they would never ever eat anything else, right?
Well, they would be part of they would be part of an ecosystem. It would be an ecosystem of predation between humans and chupacabras.
That's not an ecosystem.
Well, in this
humans are not
hypothetical,
part
it
of
is.
an ecosystem, but
No,
humans
in
are not
this
part of an ecosystem. I mean, that's what the reason why I mentioned ecosystems is because the biggest difference between lions killing zebras, lions killing other animals, and inserting a human being into this whole thing is the concept of an ecosystem, right? Because all of these animals serve a role in this ecosystem, and there's a balance towards the ecosystem because these animals have a role, right? Whereas me trying to intervene and saying, well, it's better for these other animals if we do it this way, right? It's a bit of a supremacist thinking for me to say that, oh, well, I can intervene and fix everything when I don't know for a fact that I can intervene and fix everything, right? So that's why I keep asking about this chupacabra. If they're only a predator to humans, then yeah, why should we let them kill humans?
Yes, in this hypothetical, they are in a predator-prey cycle with humans.
Then no, I obviously would not let them. Like if I know for a fact that these people, I call them people, whatever.
Right? They people, sure.
They're people, right? If I know for a fact that they're going to be killing other humans and there's no way to stop them otherwise, then yeah, kill them.
Yeah, so you knew with the same degree of certainty that you know that a lion is going to kill antelope or whatever prey animal, that this chupacabra is going to kill humans, and you also had the same degree of control that you have with the lions. You have no ability right now to relocate a lion yourself or anything like this, right? So it was the same degree of control, but in the chupacabra context. So your answer is that you would shoot the chupacabras, yes?
My answer is that if chupacabra only eats humans and that's the only solution, yes, I would kill the chupacabra. Yes. I'm sorry, I keep bringing it up to this because it matters. If they can eat other animals and they are part of a different ecosystem, then inserting them into an ecosystem or moving them towards an ecosystem, or not even if they're not part of any ecosystem, right? Like maybe because there are other ecosystems out there that we kind of fucked up as humans and who need predators, right? If we were to insert them in a ecosystem that needs predators, would that solve the issue, right? Like, I obviously don't want to kill this sentient being, right? That's what I'm trying to say. I don't want to kill the sentient being, but if I know that this sentient being would obviously otherwise kill a human being, regardless,
exactly. So
there's no...
Sure, you can have a negative attitude against killing it either way. You could see it as a bad thing, but would it be justified if you would be saving some humans?
Would it be justified if I would be saving some like, you mean if they are attacking if they're attacking some humans?
No, and remember the hypothetical, you're just seeing the chupacabras, and you knew with a high degree of certainty that it was going to kill humans in the near future.
And there's no other way but to kill them. There's no other way, but there's no way to relocate. Not me myself, but me going home, calling somebody, tracking them, doing all that stuff, right? Like in this hypothetical, I don't have any other technology that I normally would, like a phone, or my phone isn't available, or or me tracking them until my phone is available, or something along those lines, where I could theoretically move them to a different location where I don't have to kill them.
Let's just say you had the same degree of control as in the lion context. Who are you going to call up to have somebody move a lion for you? You had the same degree of control.
If I see a lion running towards the city, right, in a city, let's say.
But before we go to the lion, I just want to make clear what's your view on the chupacabra. Will you shoot it or not?
I would shoot a chupacabra only if that is the only way to stop the chupacabra from killing other humans.
The only way, and what when you say the only way, what do you mean by that?
I mean, again,
you're saying that if it was a way to like relocate them in the future with some technology or something like that, you wouldn't shoot it? Is that what you're saying?
what I'm saying is that, like, because I'll bring the lion into it. Let me put my hypothetical into to explain my position on this, right? If I see a lion, whether that's a lion or a chupacabra, I mention a lion because a chupacabra doesn't really exist, and I don't know in this hypothetical if they exist in any other form of ecosystems or whatever, right? But like, if I put a lion that I know exists for a fact exists in an ecosystem, and I see them in a city, and I know that they are obviously extremely dangerous to be in a city because they will be attacking a human being, then I wouldn't be killing that lion. 100% not, right? I would, one, call the authorities, try to tranquilize them, try to and have them deal with it, but I would definitely not advocate for killing them, especially if they're not attacking anybody. So I would say I would apply the same logic to a chupacabra. Yes, if I could potentially move them, then I would not.
Okay, so but in that situation where you see the chupacabra, you had no way to, you're going, the chupacabra is gonna go away. It's gonna like will you shoot it, or you would let it escape and potentially kill some humans in the near future?
But I already explained this, right? Like, if the chupacabra, like, could I call authorities? Could I, like, so in this hypothetical scenario, there's no other way other than me killing them.
Sure. Let's say in this scenario, it's between shooting it or letting it escape and potentially put some lives in danger in the near future.
I'll also add one more thing, that even if you do all of that, even if you relocate the chupacabra or something like that, it's gonna have to eat something at some point.
Yeah.
What's it gonna eat?
If they're part of ecosystem, I suppose they do have a natural predator prey
with humans.
Relationship
with humans.
If they only have it with humans, then I don't know. Like, obviously, I don't want there to be a species that kills humans, right? Again, like, if there is a species that solely attack humans and there's no way to stop them from attacking humans, then yeah, I'm okay with eradicating that species.
Okay, so you would sign off on that. Okay, same. So yeah. we share that view. We have common ground on that, the three of us.
Yeah, if they only attack humans, that's what we're saying, right? Because if they can if they can survive on other humans, on other animals, if they were at some point, because if they attack humans, like the reason why this hypothetical is kind of throwing me off is because, like, if this chupacabra is an animal, then it's probably coming from some ecosystem, right? Like, if it was already on Earth, it's already part of some ecosystem. It's not, or are we assuming that there's a world where we somehow survived alongside chupacabras? We haven't eradicated them yet.
Yeah, that's hypothetical. Yeah, we just evolved alongside the chupacabra, and we were in a predator-prey cycle the same way like a lion is with an antelope or whatever. Yeah. So okay, we have common ground on that. We would say it's morally justified to kill chupacabras to save humans from being eaten alive. Yeah. So now the question is, would you shoot the lion?
If I see a lion, no.
Okay, so now it's just you have to name the trait. Like, what's true of the lion that if it was true of the chupacabra, you wouldn't shoot the chupacabra?
I know for a fact that the lion belongs to a certain ecosystem. As far as I understand, the chupacabra doesn't belong to any ecosystem other than them predating on us. Whereas lions, they predate on other species. They don't need to predate on us, right? So it's not a defensive mechanism where I say, oh, I'm going to defend myself or my species by saying, well, I won't kill this animal, but rather I would preemptively kill an animal that may never attack a human being ever, or even an individual, right? Like, okay, they will attack a gazelle or any of that, and maybe if I'm in a situation where I see a lion attacking a gazelle, I'll stop them, right? I'll stop them once, but if I see the same lion attacking a gazelle every day, I will not stop them every day, because I know for a fact that they are part of the ecosystem. This, nature is like, the ecosystem has to have a balance, right? Like, we can go into that, but like, my whole point is that ecosystem works on its own because it works on its own. Like, whenever we as humans intervene, there's always disastrous consequences, both for the prey and for the predators, right? So me assuming that I know better by going into an ecosystem where they are the predator and somebody else is the prey, and saying, no, this prey should not be preyed on, is kind of not fair, right? The only difference between that and them attacking humans is that humans are not part of any ecosystem. That's why.
Okay, so I heard like a couple of things there. He mentioned the trait being part of an ecosystem. I don't understand how the chupacabras wouldn't be part of an ecosystem as well. Like it is part of an ecosystem in which it predates on humans.
But you say,
and then the other trait that you named is the possibility of negative consequences downstream, negative ecological consequences. I just want to understand what you mean by the first trait being part of an ecosystem, because yeah, I just want you to define what you mean by that.
okay, a natural ecosystem. Let me rephrase. They're not part of any natural ecosystem, right? If they only predate on humans, they're definitely not part of any natural ecosystem. They're part of an ecosystem. What? They come to cities and attack people? They like how? They're not part of any natural ecosystem, are they?
How do you define natural ecosystem?
Ecosystem created by nature, not by us, right?
Yeah,
like I would say an artificial
hypothetical.
ecosystem.
By the way, in the hypothetical, they are in a natural ecosystem. It is created by nature. It's a evolutionary process where they ended up in a predator-prey cycle. So in the hypothetical, it is in a natural ecosystem. So that can't be a trait, because that's true in both worlds.
So you're saying it's a ecosystem created by nature? Okay, yeah. But like in today's world, there is no ecosystem that we as humans are part of, right? Like, can we agree on that? Like, there's no ecosystem that we're part of. There's no predator-prey relationship where humans are related, right? So what you're saying is, let's insert into our artificial world that we live in, because we live in an artificial world, let's insert a natural predator that somehow lived alongside us while we eradicated other species, sure, but the species somehow survived. Okay, we'll go on with this hypothetical. But then obviously, if there is a species that always predates on humans, always comes on human turf, on in the city of humans to attack humans, then obviously these animals need to be taken care of, right? If they cannot be moved, if they cannot be relocated to attack somebody else, then yeah, why would they? It's as simple as that.
And by taken care of, you mean kill them, right?
Or move. That's why I said move. Yeah, taken care of. Yeah. So they don't attack humans. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, like in this hypothetical, if you move them, they have to eat humans anyway. So will you be in favor of like feeding them human babies to keep them alive, or will you be in favor of at least killing them?
No, so in your hypothetical, they only eat humans, and as I completely agree that if they only eat humans,
let's say they eat humans and also a bunch of like other beings which are identical to humans except for the species. Like, let's say they're Kryptonians or something like that. Doesn't matter.
Schmoomans.
Okay.
Right.
Schmoomans.
Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's go with this hypothetical.
So there's a natural ecosystem with a bunch of organisms. One species being humans, one species being the chupacabras, and a bunch of other species which are identical to humans in every other regard, except for being not human.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the natural ecosystem. So that that would be the setup for the hypothetical.
So in this hypothetical, we as a species still have created our own cities, our own so-called land where we as humans are, and we as how we define it, that we leave some ecosystems alone and some ecosystems are outside of human reach, right? And these other species that are not human, are they part of this? Do we split the land with them, where we have our own land, we have their land, and then there's ecosystems? Or how are these resolved, right? Like how is this in your hypothetical?
Sure, I don't know how it's super relevant, but let's say yes, we share cities with them or whatever. Some of them are in nature; they're still in prehistory or whatever. Just a bunch of like sapient hominids around that are identical to us, except with our species. So the chupacabra was in that natural prey cycle with humans and those other beings. And he also mentioned another trait. He mentioned like there's too much uncertainty about the consequences downstream, the ecological consequences. And let's say killing the chupacabras, we have the same degree of uncertainty of what the consequences would be as in the lion context.
Okay, I'll be honest with you. I'm getting lost with all these hypotheticals. So I'll just come back to the hypothetical. If this chupacabra is attacking humans, right?
Yeah, but because you mentioned two traits, that's why I'm bringing those two traits into the hypothetical.
Yeah. So if this chupacabra, I know for a fact that there is no other way to stop them other than like they will be coming to a human city, they will be attacking a human, then yes, I would say that it's okay to kill them so that they don't attack humans. The reason why I keep
Human or
mentioning
shmuman, right? Human or shmuman.
human or
And also,
shmuman, yeah, right?
by killing them, you wouldn't know what the downstream ecological consequences would be about with eradicating these beings in the same degree that you don't know what the ecological consequences downstream would be in eradicating lions. So the question is,
Well,
would you
I know. Wait. How would I not know? I know the ecological consequences. They are part of the two ecosystems that we are in full control of. Humans and shmumans. Humans and shmumans ecosystem is one that we are 100% in control of. That means that if they are only part of these two ecosystems, then eradicating them, there is absolutely nothing because we know that they are only part of these two ecosystems. So that's why I know for a fact with a 100-degree, like if there is one animal out there, if there's one species out there that only hunts humans, I know
but
for a fact
the
that
point
eliminating them does nothing.
The point is that in this hypothetical, they would be in a balance with humans and shmumans, and you wouldn't know. You would be agnostic about what the consequences would be about eradicating this being. Like you don't know what would happen. Like you don't know if humans would overpopulate. You don't know what would happen downstream. Like to the same degree that you wouldn't know what would happen if you kill lions.
But
that's the point.
I understand where you're trying to go with this, but my point is that it's not logically consistent where you're going with this, because in the argument where this chupacabra would hunt other animals, then they would be part of ecosystems where I for 100% not sure what will happen if I eradicate them. Whereas if they're only part of where they hunt humans and shmumans, which I'm 100% sure what will happen, because the world would continue as is because we control our ecosystem. It's not the difference between a natural ecosystem and an artificial ecosystem is that in a natural ecosystem, balance happens through so many variables that we don't have any control of, whereas in an artificial ecosystem, we as humans control everything about it, right? We control everything about our cities, we control everything about our environment, where we live as humans, right? So that's what I mean. That's why I'm like, you can't say, well, hypothetically,
he invoked logical consistency here. So maybe you want to take it. But by the way, Abuda, you understand where I'm going to with the true traits, right? Natural ecosystem and the agnosticism about the consequences downstream. That's what I'm trying to do in a hypothetical with those two traits. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just want to get clarity. What do you think is not logically consistent?
So what I think is not logical. So if we have a species, in this hypothetical, we have this species called chupacabra. This species called chupacabra is part of the ecosystems of humans and shmumans. That's what you mentioned, right? They only hunt and predate on humans, right? I know with 100-degree of certainty that if I remove,
they hunt and predate on any, they can hunt and predate on humans or shmumans. It doesn't matter.
Or shmumans, yes, exactly. So I know with a high degree of certainty that humans and shmumans have an ecosystem. It's not really an ecosystem, I don't know how to call it, but they live in a place where all the variables are controlled for, right? So that means I know with a degree of certainty that eliminating this species would not mean anything.
Wait. I'm not sure where you're getting that from. The ecosystem is to the same degree of control as there would be in like an ecosystem with lions and gazelles. That's part of the hypothetical.
But it cannot be both ways. That's where the logic fails.
Wait,
you see?
What do you mean?
Because in an ecosystem where there's lions, gazelles, and 50 other species, eradicating one species, I cannot have a degree of certainty what will happen eradicating one species, because
you could have 50.
This food web happening left and right.
Dude, I could just build that into the hypothetical. Like you could have shmumans, which is just a broad category of any other species which is not human. I could have 50 other species.
If they're part of a natural ecosystem, then I would just let them be part of that ecosystem. Do you understand that for me, in this whole thing, for me, it has to be whether they're part of an ecosystem or not. It matters, right?
Before we go there, like because you said it's not logically consistent. So I just want to get clarity on what exactly is not logically consistent.
what wasn't logically consistent is assuming that in a society where we have both humans and schmumans who are identical, eliminating one species that predates only solely on this, we can even eliminate schmumans for the sake of this hypothetical, because it doesn't really make any difference in it, right? Like if this species only predates on the areas where we as humans have designated as safe for us, then obviously we wouldn't want these species coming in and killing humans or schmumans. If this species cannot predate on anything else or survive on anything else, then yeah, maybe eradicating them wouldn't be the worst thing. And the logical inconsistency, where I said there is no logical consistency, is that eliminating the species, you cannot say that eliminating a species that solely attacks humans or schmumans in this hypothetical, you wouldn't know the repercussions of it. You would. There is no repercussions because there are no predators or prey. The only prey for them is humans or schmumans. We know for a fact. So the only outcome would be that humans or schmumans would not be killed. Whereas in an ecosystem, when a lion kills a gazelle, if we kill all lions, gazelles may start overgrazing. Some of them may be killed. Like I have plenty of what can happen in an ecosystem when you remove predators, but you understand that in an ecosystem, removing predators, because of the sheer complexity of the relationship between predators and prey, it's not as easy to remove a species. Whereas in the context where there's a clear
I am
only
not
one
sure how
attacks
any
the
of
other.
this is relevant to the hypothetical that was asked, because it was asked. Well, I think Heri asked you about just like looking at one line, right? So I don't know why you're telling me about like eliminating species and stuff like that.
Okay.
So, well, firstly, you said something I still don't have clarity on what exactly was not logically consistent. So can you just spell out, like, because I take logical inconsistency.
We'll spell out what is logically consistent. I understand.
So I take logical inconsistencies to be like expressions of like a logical contradiction. So like a proposition and negation and its negation in conjunction. So you could just tell me what that proposition and negation was.
Okay. So
do you understand what Abuda asked about the proposition in conjunction with negation?
I did not understand a lot of that, but I'll tell
maybe,
you where I see the
we
logical inconsistency. I'll tell you where I see the contradiction.
Make it clear what a logical contradiction is first before
I know what the logical contradiction is, and I can tell you why where I see the logical contradiction. Okay, because the logical contradiction is this: you said, what if in this hypothetical, what if this what do you call it, a chupacabra? What if we eliminate them, right? That was the whole hypotheticals. What if when we eliminate them, we know with the same degree of certainty that they would harm the ecosystem, just like we would know for a lion, right? That's what you asked. That's where I think the logical.
Wait, can you repeat that?
Wait, I don't remember the exact question, but like the idea was that you said, right? What you asked me was if okay, just ask me again. Fuck it, I'm getting in circle. Ask me again.
Yeah.
And
so
I'll explain
just to be clear, you don't know what the logical contradiction or sorry the inconsistency, because we're still trying to understand what is the logical inconsistency.
Yeah,
the
at
logical
this point, I'm not
inconsistency.
sure there is a contradiction.
The logical inconsistency or the contradiction where I saw was when you asked me, let's assume that it's that you would know with the same degree of certainty what happens if we remove this chupacabra is the same as what happens if we remove a lion. And that's where I see the logical contradictory, because it's not the same. It's just not the same. Right? If you think about it, because I know with a degree, it's not.
That's
it's different
part of the stipulation.
Yeah, it's part of the hypothetical.
But it cannot be part of the hypothetical. That's what I'm saying. That's the contradiction, because I cannot not know what the certainty is when I remove a species that only has two preys that I am in full control of, no predators. I know with a degree of certainty what will happen.
It doesn't have only
like you telling
prey.
me, what if you didn't know what
could
happened?
Have like 50 prey, like to this, like whatever degree that a lion has a diversity of prey is the same diversity of prey in this case.
Okay, so chupacabra would hunt not just humans and shmumans, but would also hunt other
No,
animals.
just humans and shmumans.
See,
And there were some
you go.
there were some humans, there were some like shmuman, but it's a broad category.
It's a broad category.
There's some shmumans living out in nature, like it's still in prehistory. There's still some, like, I don't know, some hunter gatherer shmumans. Like it's a broad category of beings. So humans and shmumans, and they were like identical to us except in species category.
They're identical to us as in they are capable of creating societies or cities with full control over the ecosystem where they live in.
Yeah, let's say that in the hypothetical, yes. And the other thing is that you would be agnostic about the ecological consequences, because if you kill the chupacabra, you wouldn't know what would happen. Like humans could overpopulate. Like this you're agnostic about the ecological consequences.
But this is my problem. This is where my problem stems. Like you in your hypothetical, you said hypothetically I would be agnostic, that I wouldn't know. But how can I be agnostic when I cannot be agnostic? You see what I mean? That's the contradiction that I'm saying. I cannot possibly be agnostic, because if every variable is in control in these two ecosystems, how can I be agnostic about what would happen if I eliminate one of them? You see what I mean?
Yeah, when you say you cannot be agnostic, that's like modal language, right? You're saying that it would be contradictory, logically contradictory to be agnostic. What would be the contradiction?
Well, the contradiction would be like if I say, okay, in your hypothetical, I say this. In your hypothetical, I'm agnostic, right? Like I agree to your hypothetical and I say that I'm agnostic. I don't know what would happen if this species were to be removed, right? This wouldn't be a true statement on my behalf, because I know what would happen if this species would be removed.
Yeah, but the thing is, in the hypothetical, it is stipulated that you wouldn't know. Like scientists, there's no consensus between scientists about what would happen if you remove the chupacabras, to the same degree that there is not in the lion context.
I don't understand how. Okay, how can that happen in this hypothetical? Explain it to me.
That's not relevant.
But yeah, it is, because relevant. I don't think it can. The reason why I think it's relevant is because I don't think it can happen, and it is the basis of the argument, also of my argument.
So
because
when you say it can't happen, right? When you say it can't happen, what does that mean? Like, do you mean that there's some kind of physical or like a logical
yes
contradiction?
So let me explain it this way, right? If there's an island, right, where there's one predator and one prey, or one predator and two preys, like it is right now in isolation, right, I would know without having too much issues what would happen if I remove the predator, especially given that I know the exact behavior of the prey, right? So I would know what would happen if I remove the predator from that ecosystem. So what you're telling me is, imagine you have an ecosystem when there's one predator and two preys, and you wouldn't know what would happen. You see what I mean? Like, how can I not know when I know?
That's not interacting with my question.
How? Okay, let's move on, because I feel like we have to move on from this thing, right? What I'm saying is that if you have a simple ecosystem where you have one predator and one prey, right? Chupacabra is one predator, humans are one prey. Shmumans are the second prey. If I know the behavior of humans and shmumans. I do. Do I? Do I not? It's predictive behavior. It's not just predictive. It's we understand each other. We talk. It's all of this, right? In this hypothetical. Then, if I remove the predator from this ecosystem that you called it an ecosystem, then I know for a fact how the ecosystem will be affected, because the only one to be affected are humans and shmumans, which ecosystems are already controlled by me. Whereas with a lion, it's completely different, because removing a lion is far more complex than removing these. You see what I mean?
So are we gonna move on from the modal claim about it not being like? You want to move on from that claim?
It's not a contradiction. It's fine. We can say it's not a contradiction. But what I'm saying, is that I cannot say that, assume that you don't know when.
Okay, so thanks for conceding that. That is not a contradiction. I appreciate that, man. So, like the thing is, in the hypothetical, man, it is stipulated that you would be agnostic about the consequences. Like you cannot imagine such a hypothetical.
Okay, let me draw it this way. Okay, I'll draw it, because I don't think the reason why I can't imagine this hypothetical is because I don't think this hypothetical can exist. That's what I'm saying. That's why I called it a contradiction. Is because I don't think this hypothetical can exist where
you're invoking modal language again. You're saying it cannot exist. That you're again saying that it would entail some sort of contradiction. What do you mean by that?
So if I have one predator, right? One predator to prey, just one predator to prey, right? There's one predator on top and two preys at the bottom, right? If I know for a fact how all of these preys, species of preys, how they behave, how they eat, I'm in control of all of it. Then removing the predator, I know for a fact what will happen. What you're telling me is imagine
I think you're assuming some like degree of control that's not in the hypothetical. You don't know what would happen, man. Like in the hypothetical, it is in a balance, in a predator prey cycle. You don't know what would happen if you remove the hypothetical. Like, yeah, you can imagine that, right? Like if there was a predator eating humans right now, you could say that it would be doing some good for the environment because humans are overpopulated, or you could say that it would be doing some harm because we need more humans in here. You don't know either way.
I know for a fact that if this species only attacks humans, even in a current species, if they only attack humans, or again, like I don't think it matters if there's humans or schmumans, as long as I can predict their behavior just as much as I can for humans. I know for a fact that in a simple ecosystem where we can have humans and schmumans alike, and that removing the predator, I cannot possibly say that I don't know what would happen if I remove the predator. I cannot accept a hypothetical where I say there's the simple ecosystem, but okay, fine, I'll bite the bullet. I don't know what would happen. Okay, let's just move on. But that's just my problem with it. Okay, I don't want to sit on this whole.
So the point is this, Cyprian. I just want you to picture this hypothetical, man. There is a chupacabra in a predator prey cycle with humans and schmumans. And schmumans are a broad category of beings that are dispersed throughout the whole planet. Some of them living out in nature, not in cities or whatever. The chupacabras eat humans. The only difference between humans and schmumans is there's from another species. Okay, and you would be agnostic in the hypothetical. You wouldn't know what would happen if we would remove this being from existing, the chupacabra.
Okay, I'll bite the bullet and say I wouldn't know. I disagree that I wouldn't know.
Sure. So that wouldn't be biting a bullet yet. Like the question is this: like, would you shoot the chupacabras, or you wouldn't shoot it because one, it is in a predator prey cycle. It is in a natural ecosystem with humans and schmumans, and two, you don't know the ecological consequences. Would you not shoot it because of those reasons, or would you still shoot it?
If this chupacabra is not attacking anybody, if this chupacabra is living alone, and I wouldn't know the consequences of me shooting this chupacabra, then I wouldn't shoot them. Yes.
Okay, so you would let it live.
Yeah, I mean, you gave like a conditional answer, like because all the relevant facts were given to you by Heri. I'm not sure why you're adding like conditional. Why you're giving like a conditional answer.
I'm just emphasizing on what you're saying on your hypothetical, right? Because your hypothetical is.
What do you mean, Apura? What was the condition? Sorry, I missed
it. Like you laid out some things and you asked like, would you shoot? Would you not shoot? And the answer began with if blah blah blah, then blah blah blah.
In this hypothetical,
I was looking for a yes or no or I don't know.
In this hypothetical, no. In this hypothetical, no. But I just know that
I personally would take that as a reductio right there, because you're letting a being exist out there that would in a near future kill some humans. Like you would be highly certain that it would be like ripping apart and eating alive some children, some of humans and humans. You will be comfortable with letting it live, yes.
But who's to say that if I kill this chupacabra, schmumans won't replicate in a way that they are detrimental to each other, like they have some bacterial. Like I have some studies showing by me that culling predators could actually be detrimental to some ecosystems. So, like, who's to say that me culling this predator in this ecosystem that you named wouldn't be detrimental? So why would I make this decision all of a sudden?
Okay, sure, and that's. I think we have fundamental value differences there, right? Like it really doesn't matter to me what the possible ecological consequences would be if I see a being that, like in the near future, could potentially rip apart some humans and schmumans. I would personally shoot it. Like I think you're biting the bullet there in saying that you would let it live, like regardless of the possible consequences.
But why? How? Like I can ask you, why is that ethical to do? Like, how is it ethical to kill a being that wouldn't otherwise, is not otherwise attacking you or any other, like you're saying, because it would create more suffering? Is that the point?
It would violate the rights of others by eating them alive.
Okay, but like it would violate the rights of others. So what does that mean? That others would be dying, killing, would be killed, right? But what if in an ecosystem where you eliminate a predator, the prey multiply to a certain amount that they consume the whole ecosystem, and then the whole prey maybe becomes extinct because there's no more things to eat for themselves, right? Because they multiply in a way that they consume everything, right? Like I have examples also of that, of ecosystems where stuff like that can happen.
And I still would shoot it. If there was like agnosticism about what would happen or what would the ecological consequences be, I would err in the side of saving the victims instead of erring in the side of murder, personally.
But I don't think it is murder, right? Like we can go also down that path. Like, is it murder because
eating others alive? Let's just call it that to not go into the semantics.
Yeah, okay, but I like that's what I mean. Like I don't know if eating others is necessarily immoral if that's the only choice that you have. Like, would I find it immoral for me to be on a deserted island with an animal, let's say, and I have to eat, like I have to survive? I don't know if I could kill that animal, right? The reality is, but I don't know also if it's immoral for me to kill them or if it's moral for me to kill them. It's the same. I think it's kind of like a morally gray area.
Sure, it will come down to what your values are about this. Like I would personally say it is immoral to just stab somebody innocent and eat them.
But okay, but wait, if you say that it's immoral to stab somebody innocent, why are you assuming that the chupacabra is guilty? Because the chupacabra doesn't know any better, do they? Right? They don't have agency where they could know what is right and wrong. So when you have an individual who doesn't know what is right and wrong, and they're just acting based on instincts, why would you say that their instincts are somewhat wrong or morally wrong?
Because it ends up in violating the rights of life to others. That's what I mean. Like the chupacabra, it is innocent. I agree with you. It is innocent. Like it would have the same degree of moral agency as animals that we care about have. But the problem is it would eat some other animals alive. So I would like to save those animals, even if by the use of lethal force, it was necessary.
Yeah, but okay, but like when we say violating other individuals' rights, do we mean intentional violating or accidental? Or incidental, whatever, right? Because it feels like this one doesn't fall into the intentional, but rather in the incidental violating of rights of other animals, doesn't it? Right? Like this animal, as you said, is innocent and doesn't know any better, so they will act on instinct and kill another animal to survive.
It doesn't really matter, man. Like we could assume that the being is being mind controlled, and let's say somebody was being mind controlled and was about to hack a family with a machete into pieces, but it was mind control, so it was innocent in that sense. Would you just let it perform that action?
No, but I also wouldn't say that they're guilty, would I?
Well, would you kill it if it was
relevant.
the only way to save it was the only way to save the family? Would you kill this person that is being mind controlled with a machete?
For sheer facts that, like, yes, I would, because there's obviously they would be killing a whole family, an innocent family, right? Yeah. But if I were to present it with a scenario where I'm like, there's this one person who is mind controlled about to kill a person that is not mind controlled, why would it be that I should kill like, you see what I mean? Like, why would I kill the one person that is mind controlled? Like, I don't think it's like, okay, maybe my instinct would tell me, obviously, because that's the person who has the gun. If it's instinctively speaking, I see them and I think, oh my God, they're guilty, whatever, I'm trying to kill them. But the reality of it, right, morally speaking, I don't know if it would be moral for me to kill the person that is mind controlled to kill the other person.
So you don't know, you're agnostic about whether or not it would be a good thing to shoot somebody with a machete to save a family if that person is being mind controlled. You wouldn't know if it would be good or bad.
I would say, obviously, with the family, it's different, as I said, like, right, because there's multiple individuals. But if there's one individual versus one individual,
let's say it was Apura on the other side. Let's say it was Apura on the other side, and there was a machete wielding person being mind controlled. would you save a Buddha by the use of lethal force, or would you just let it rip a Buddha into pieces?
Obviously, if it's a Buddha, it's a different case scenario, right? The Buddha has more value than a stranger to me, right? But if it's any other stranger versus any other stranger, right? Like I make the choices based on value, right? Based on, I know that both have intrinsic value. I know that. But if I were to be forced to choose to kill one, why would I choose to kill the one? You see what I mean? Like, why would I choose to kill the one that
the trade
none
is
of them are guilty?
Familiarity value. So let's say you were just flying over a helicopter on Africa, and you didn't know this person. He was about to be hacked into pieces with a machete wielding person being mind controlled. In that case, you wouldn't save the individual by using lethal force. You would just let it happen in front of your own eyes.
I know for a fact that that person is mind controlled. There's two strangers. One, I know for a fact. Yes. I know for a fact that one is mind control and the other isn't. I mean, do you want what I would do, or do you want what I think is moral? Because probably I would stop them. But what I would think, what I would question if it's moral, I don't know. I'm agnostic whether which one is moral, to be honest, because I think both are innocent, right? So you're basically just throwing the dice and saying, well, the one that is mind controlled deserves to die because why? Because they're being mind controlled. They're not acting with their own agency, are they?
Okay. Sure. I think this is also like sort of a reductor to his view, where he's like agnostic about whether or not it would be ethical and a good thing to save somebody from being hacked into pieces with a machete. I think this is also like a reductio. Always is an empirical question, but I think most people, upon hearing that, would be on our side in thinking it would be ethical, a good thing to save the person from being hacked into pieces. And I think also most people would shoot the chupacabras, even if like they were agnostic about the long-term ecological consequences, like if they were about to kill a human or if they were running around in nature. I think most people would kill it. What do you think, Apura? Do you think those are some reductios in his view there?
Yeah, I think so.
So where's the contradiction in my view?
There's no contradiction. It is a logically consistent position. We just reach a fundamental value difference where we think your view is a little cringe and a little insane, but that's personally.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, but like, okay, let me throw a hypothetical out there for you, right? Like, if you're in a situation where you see one person with a gun, pointing the gun towards somebody else, and the only way to stop that would be to shoot them. Would you shoot the person with the gun, not knowing who the guilty person is? Maybe maybe the opposite has happened. Like, what would happen, right? That's the same hypothetical, if you ask me. Like morality is a lot about intent, in my opinion, right? So if there's no bad intent in any of these situations where this person isn't acting on their own mental capacity to attack another person, and like in the same situation, okay, let me put it this way: what would you respond in a situation where you see somebody with not a machete, right? Because the machete kind of the reason why I don't like this example with machete is that it also implies kind of like I don't know, something gruesome, right? And you would obviously choose, but let's say a gun, right? Let's say you have a person that is pointing the gun towards somebody else, and they're acting that they are being mind controlled, right? What would you do in this situation? This person is being mind controlled to kill somebody. Would you kill the person that's being mind controlled, or would you kill the person that's about to be killed? Or would you let them kill the person that's about to be killed?
I'm a little confused. Do you understand the question?
No,
sorry, who's being mind controlled?
Okay, so there's two strangers, right? It's exactly the same situation that you posed, but it's not a machete, but a gun, right?
Okay.
The person being mind controlled has a gun and is pointing towards, and is programmed, is acting against their will. It's acting against their consciousness. They're not aware of what they're doing. They're mind controlled, and they're about to kill somebody, right? A stranger. Both are strangers to you. My question to you is, which one would you choose to kill, or would you even intervene at all, right? Because I think...
Wait, why would I kill the person without the gun?
Yeah, exactly.
No. Okay, would you kill the person with the gun, or would you not intervene? That's the question, right?
Yeah, I would intervene. In this case where somebody was being mind controlled to kill somebody else, yeah, I personally would intervene by using lethal force.
Okay, that's where I guess you're right, where our values differ, right? I don't think I would intervene, because knowing for a fact that they are mind controlled makes them just as innocent as the other person, in my opinion. So you choosing to kill one or the other
I agree with you there. they would be both innocent. I would still choose to save a person from being shot to death.
Yeah, but you're
Um,
inserting yourself in.
I want to know if there's some like threshold to this value, because I could just mind control some person to just go around killing humans, just randomly. Like this person is mind control, and just any human he sees, he's just gonna shoot. And the question is,
I mean,
do you
obviously,
shoot
there's going to
this?
be more people. Obviously, if there's going to be more people, I will apply the whole right. I don't want more people to die versus one. But if it's one versus one, that was my whole point. If it's just one versus one, if it's
Okay,
one
so the
versus two,
threshold is
obviously,
at one. So if it's
yeah,
just one person,
yeah.
then you would not intervene. But if it's two people, so if one gunman is going to shoot two people and the gunman is mind controlled, then you would kill the gunman.
Let's put it this way: I would intervene most likely, right? That's what I would do instinctively. I would probably intervene, but would that the question is if it's moral or not? I think it's, if you ask me, it's the same level of morality whether you intervene or not intervene. It's the same. It's not there's no it's more moral to intervene or more immoral to let that person kill the other person if they're being mind controlled.
Even at two, right?
At two, no. At two is a different case scenario.
Okay, so you're talking about one.
Yeah, one
So
versus
if
one.
one versus one, so one versus two, what about it? Do you think it's moral or
Yeah,
it's permissible
obviously,
to
I think it's,
intervene?
yeah, of course, yes.
So it would be moral.
Yeah, because
You
it's
would.
no longer one
Okay.
versus two. It's not one versus one. It's
Yeah,
one
this is
versus two,
turning
right?
on the existence of like one extra person. Like one extra
Yeah.
person pops in, like it's suddenly a moral issue.
Well, it's a moral issue either way, right? My point wasn't that if it's a moral issue or not.
Mhm.
My point was
No, by moral
that I
issue,
don't
I
think there's
mean,
any moral difference between the two choices. My point is I don't think there's any moral difference between the two choices. You're still
in the one versus
choosing
one case.
in the one versus one case. Yeah, there's no. I don't
But in
think
the
there's a
one
lot of,
versus two case, there's a moral difference. There's a difference in the morality of the action.
because there's a difference in outcome, right? There's a difference, right? If I intervene, like just
Yeah,
like if
of
I
course.
intervene, one person dies. If I don't intervene, two people die. So theoretically, there is both are bad, right? Like me killing a person is bad regardless. But then, if I intervene, then obviously less people die, right? So in that sense, you could say it is slightly morally better, right? I don't, but that's not what we're discussing here, is it? Right? So we reached the point where we don't agree on the same, we don't have the same values. We reached the point where we don't have the same values. Okay, can we continue with this argument of calling predators, or can I mention also the issues that I have with the whole argument?
Yeah, we could you take it wherever you want.
Okay, so my issues, and the reason why I keep mentioning ecosystems, is the practicability of the matter, right? Because because the whole argument, if I'm not mistaken, calling predators doesn't mean just killing some predators, right? It means killing eradicating a whole entire species of odd-numbered predators, right? That's what you call them.
It doesn't have to be that. The view is minimally that there exists some odd order predator, which is good to kill. So
Okay.
we are not committing our, like, at least I'm not committing myself to like a universal view that every single odd order predator is okay to kill or something like that. Maybe there
Okay.
is
So
some kind of threshold of downstream ecological consequences or something like that. But minimally, there is one. Minimally, there is one predator which is uh, okay to kill.
I
Then,
think it would
okay.
be helpful to define what we mean by this. Like, so if you want to define what we mean by odd order versus even order, it would be helpful for people in the
yeah,
audience that don't know what we're talking about.
yeah. Basically, there's sort of like a simpler way to put it and a little more complicated way to put it. The simpler way is just that if you look at um, an ecosystem, you have like the primary producers, which are the plants, and there are animals which feed on the primary producers. These could be like deer, gazelle, cows. These are like herbivorous animals which feed on these primary producers. And so take the first level being zero. So the cow is like, let's say it's zero. um,
Yeah.
any animal that kills and eats the cow would be at level 1, and any animal which kills and eats this animal at level 1 will be at level 2, and then any animal which kills and eats the animal at level 2 will be at level 3. So
Okay.
an odd order predator would just be a predator, would just be an organism on the odd numbered levels of
Okay.
the entire setup.
Okay, so you're involving a trophic chain. What you're saying right now, that this is a trophic chain of
Sort of, but yeah, you could say it's like that.
okay,
But
but
that's
like
the simpler way to put it. The more
okay,
complicated way to put it is an odd order predator would be specifically like a carnivorous animal, killing of whom would minimize rights violations, um, or you could say their existence increases rights violations, something like that.
okay, okay. So
Yeah,
okay,
because an
so
even order would be like a predator that would be the existence of that predator ends up decreasing rights violations. So let's say there was a chupacabra, but then on top there was a predator that eats the chupacabra. We wouldn't want to kill that predator because that predator is killing chupacabras for us. So yeah, that would be the even order.
okay, well, let's start with my issue being oversimplification of this argument, right? Because in ecosystems, there's no food chains. Well, you can isolate food chains, but there's mostly food webs. And a lot of predators in a lot of ecosystems actually are part of multiple ecosystems. They are sometimes odd numbered in one ecosystems and even numbered in other ecosystems. And they are integral to pretty much every ecosystem, right? So the reason why I say it's an oversimplification is because like odd number predators, one predator could be a odd number in one food chain that you select, and it could be a different number in a different chain, right? And not just that they're in a different chain, they could be a different number based on the moment of their life, right? There's like, I think salmon are predators for their adulthood or something. I wrote it down, but they could also be
Yeah,
like
we. I also want to clarify that we are not talking about marine ecosystems because marine ecosystems are notoriously complex. We are more or less restricting ourselves to terrestrial ecosystems. Marine eco. See, in principle, the same thing applies to marine ecosystems, but it's just an empirical hurdle in the marine ecosystems
you mean it's too difficult to
to
simplify it in a
ascertain
sense.
whether an animal is odd ordered or even ordered. Yes.
So why would you assume that is possible in a terrestrial
And also,
ecosystem? Because in
Cyprian is saying that we're assuming like a simplistic view of the ecosystem. I don't think we're assuming anything.
yeah,
We're not making any claims about how the ecosystem works.
but when you say odd number predator, you are doing an oversimplification of an ecosystem, claiming that there is an order to it. Whereas if it's a food web, there isn't an order, right? There isn't this predator under this predator under this predator. There's this predator who is connected to multiple other predators. There's this predator who preys on this, and this preys like it's an interconnected web. It's not a
This
top-down thing.
is also not going to be applying to every predator. For instance, if you look at food webs which involve like the apex predators, like tigers and lions, I don't think this would apply. Um, you can
Okay,
show me otherwise, but yeah.
okay, so what you're saying, okay, so let me clarify, okay, because that was my problem, the practicability of it, okay? So
Mhm.
what you're saying is that, practically speaking, we cannot apply the culling of predators within marine life because it's too complex. On land, we cannot apply it to ecosystems that have complex food webs. The only place where we can
We
apply
can
it is
apply it to ecosystems which have complex food webs as long as there are clear
apex
um,
predators.
odd order predators. Yes.
Well, there cannot be other the predators, right? Because like if
Why?
the whole because if the whole thing divulgates in two, and one species is part of two ecosystems, which several species can be part of several ecosystems, then this species might be odd in one and even in another, as I mentioned before, right? So
So that's
like
that's not something that's true of like ecosystems. That's true of individuals, and I'm just saying that there are individuals um, which are these odd order predators, like for which we have reasonable degree of confidence that these are odd order predators. Tigers and lions, for example.
tigers and lions. Okay, let's discuss lions if you want. I can go into lions. I
Sure.
have studies showing exactly how removing lions, killing lions from an ecosystem has desiccated that ecosystem and made actually worse. Lions in the African savanna. Do you want to go through that?
Sure. Look, before you go into that, again, this entire like trophic collapse and trophic cascade thing, um, well, we can get into it, but I haven't seen any evidence of it. Perhaps you have any evidence of it being empirically substantiated, but even if that is the case, right, it's not gonna be for a single line. It's going to be for some threshold of lines, because a single line dies all the time. They die of old
But
age,
what
they
you're
die in fights, etc.
but the
So
culling predators thing isn't for a single lion, it's for a whole species of lions. That's the whole argument, isn't it?
again, I've already clarified this. It doesn't have to be for the entire species.
Okay, so what you're saying, basically what you're saying is something that people have already been doing, which is population control of predators.
What?
Well, in ecosystems, in several ecosystems, humans are already controlling the population of
Yeah, we
predators
are
and
saying
prey.
some of those killings are not bad.
Yeah,
Okay,
at least some of those killings are morally justified. That's what our view entails.
Yeah,
We don't necessarily believe that it's ethical to wipe out every predator or something like that. We're saying that at least some killings of other predators are morally justified.
okay, so what you're saying, so let me clarify. What you're saying is that the culling predator argument says that we should kill all the extra predator that do extra killing. That's what you're saying, right? And by extra, I mean that it does not impact
it's
the uh, balance of an ecosystem, right?
I wouldn't use terminology like extra, uh, but yeah, like I would just say that there exists some order predators which on our view is okay to kill.
Okay, can you give me an example which odd predators is okay to be killed and would not desiccate any ecosystem that they're part of? Because you said lions, and I can show you that that is not the case of lions.
That uh, so it doesn't have to be an entire species. It can be individuals within that species.
I can show you. So for lions exactly specifically, right? For lions, the problem with is that most ecosystem lions is a population that is in decline right now. There is less than 2,000 lions in the wild, right? And that is bad for certain ecosystems. So what is happening right now in certain ecosystems, they are being reintroduced, just like wolves are being reintroduced in certain ecosystems, right? Because we have said
That's horrible.
lion.
That's that's really horrible, but okay.
But let me explain why that is happening, right? Because I have case studies that show exactly that in certain situations, it can go really wrong by killing predators. I have a lot of links here, so I'll need to open them one by one and show you exactly what I mean, because that's my whole issue with the whole thing is practicability, right? That's my whole issue. But let me open
Look,
them one by
let me just ask you this: if someone went out and killed one lion, okay, do you
yeah.
think your critique applies?
If one person went out and killed one lion,
So yeah, so let's say I took a flight to the African savannah or some, I don't know where lions live, but I took a flight there. I took one gun, one bullet. I'm a good shot, and I take a shot at one lion and kill the lion and come back home, and I chill. Um,
I would say that's
do you
immoral.
think? Wait, but do you think whatever empirical thing that you're trying to present is going to apply in that case?
No, obviously not. It's going to apply in a case where you kill multiple individuals, not one.
Right. So okay, multiple individuals. What does that
Yeah.
mean?
Well,
More
that
than
means what
one?
it means. It's hard to say what multiple individuals means, but that's why I introduced the word
Okay, so
extra,
let's say
because
let's say let's say I went
what you're trying to
let's
say
say
is
let's say
that
I
there is
went
a
to the
mass of
African
individual.
savannah.
Okay.
No, let's say I went to the African savannah. I take one gun, two bullets. I'm a really good shot. I take two shots at two lions. I kill two lions. I come back home and chill.
That might be bad. Yeah, that might be bad for ecosystem. Yes.
Okay, what's the evidence for that?
Well, I can tell you for a fact that in the Netherlands, they introduced 2 wolves in an ecosystem in the Netherlands to help keep the
I'm not sure how that
deer
answers it.
population in check. Well, let me explain. If you were to go, if there is a national park in Africa, I assume, because that's where lions mostly live, right? There's so many natural parks there. But like if there's a natural park where the lion population has been desiccated and they start reintroducing 2 or 3 lions, you coming there and killing 2 lions obviously will fuck up the ecosystem.
That just seems like you're restating the claim as opposed to providing evidence for the claim.
Okay, that's why I say wait for me to show you exactly what I mean. Okay, so let me share the one of them. Okay, so in this journal, in this article that I couldn't actually find the full context of it, it's a 20 years experiment, right? Where they realized that elephants alone are preventing the regeneration of a certain species of trees, right? Elephants are, as you know, and I have also evidence that they are prey to lions, right? So what this tells you is that it's pretty easy to understand that if elephants can overgraze and end up in a place where trees can no longer grow on their own because elephants overgraze, right, like they're prey to lions, then you might need to reintroduce some prey into that ecosystem so that some balance is struck, so that some trees can still
That
grow.
doesn't interact with my claim at all.
Reintroduce some predators, you meant?
Yeah,
you said
that's what I said.
reintroduce some prey.
Oh, sorry, reintroduce some predators, I meant, yes. So what is your claim then?
So that doesn't interact with what I asked at all. The evidence that I'm looking for is if we went out and killed 2 lions, is that going to cause a trophic collapse or whatever you want to call it?
If the whole population of lions in that ecosystem is of 2 or 3 lions, then yes, you killing 2 lions will probably make an ecosystem not work.
I'm going to the African savanna.
In the African savanna, I actually have for the African savanna how there's a lot of, like 43% of lions. Okay, let's assume there's more lions there, right? Maybe you won't do damage to an ecosystem if you kill 2 lions. I don't know. The clear answer is I don't know if 2 lions would actually be would be pivotal in an ecosystem, right? I don't know if 2 lions would be pivotal. Okay.
Yeah, that's the point, that this is empirically underdetermined.
But you cannot decide that you cannot say, but you see, because you also don't know if they're pivotal to the ecosystem. So what you're saying is that your assumption that they're not pivotal to the ecosystem is somewhat...
It's not an assumption.
There's no assumption.
We're not making any claim about it. We're just saying that with agnosticism, we're gonna err in the side of saving victims from being eaten alive, but those specific beings that we're saying is justified to kill.
Yep.
Because you can make the same case in the human context. You could say that there's some evidence that suggests that chupacabras are really important for the ecosystem. I would still shoot some chupacabras.
Yeah. I understand what your position is. I understand what your purpose, what your point is. But would you say, like, what you're saying is that I don't know if that would be harmful to the ecosystem, and I don't care because I would rather the ecosystem be harmed and several prey species would be saved rather than that's what you're saying, right?
Well, we're not saying that we don't care. We don't know if it will be harmed.
You don't know whether it will be harmed, but when you make the choice, you're saying that I don't care, that I don't know if the ecosystem will be harmed or not.
Yeah, I guess we just put a higher weighing in the individual prey animals that are gonna be like experience predation, like are gonna be eaten from the testicles up and like ripped apart.
That's exactly what I said.
We would err in the side of protecting them when we have complete agnosticism about it.
Yeah, so what you're saying again, like if you don't know if killing these 2 lions will do anything to the ecosystem, what you're saying is that I don't know that these 2 lions are doing anything to the ecosystem, but I value what these 2 lions will potentially kill more, and therefore I don't care what they're doing to the ecosystem. I value this more, right? That's what it is, because for me it's the opposite, right? For me, the way I see it is I value what they do to the ecosystem more than them killing the animals.
Well, we're not saying that we don't care. We just don't have any reason to believe that those negative ecological consequences are going to happen. So we're gonna err in the
But
side
you
of
also don't
saving
have
them.
any. But you also don't have any reasons to believe that no ecological
Yeah, we are
disasters
agnostic
would
about it.
happen. You're
Yeah.
agnostic about it. So being agnostic about it means that you're putting it on a second chance, that you care more about the fact that they will kill animals rather than the fact that
Yes.
that it might decimate the ecosystem. When you do
Yeah,
that.
that's basically it. That's basically it. We're like choosing to save some beings from imminent danger of being eaten alive when agnostic about the consequences long term.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, and wait, I have another one where I would show exactly what would happen. That there's actually been some studies showing that if you kill, that there's a case study where some predators were killed, and actually the prey happened to die off because of the predator being killed, because there was a pathogen that actually spread easier because of it. I'm trying to see if I can find that one right now, because I have a couple of links right here.
By the way, Seb, I wanted to ask you something about reintroducing predators, because to me that sounds horrific. Just to introduce a murder machine into the environment. Like you personally don't see an issue with reintroducing predators. Like,
no.
Let's say some evidence suggested that humanity, if the number of humans decrease, it would be better for the environment. There was some evidence that suggested that you would be in favor of reintroducing a chupacabra into the environment. If some evidence suggested that would be good for the environment.
It's a different case scenario, isn't it?
Well, it's not. I think there's
because this isn't about the environment. But this isn't about the environment. This is about ecosystems, right? Because I'm balancing.
That's what I mean when I said environment. I meant ecosystem.
Yeah, but the reason why it matters is because when I say an ecosystem in balance, an unbalanced ecosystem could mean decimating other species, not just the species that you think are
and that's
prey,
exactly
right?
what I'm asking you.
Because
That's exactly
there's
what I'm asking
sharing
you.
of resources.
Sure, man. So in this hypothetical, let's say some scientist told you that, look, all this evidence suggests that if we reintroduce some predators into the human population, the consequences are looking good. Like this data suggests that it would be good to introduce some
but we come back to the same ecosystem. We come back to the same thing, because we come back. I'm sorry for interrupting.
I'm just asking you yes or no, man. I'm just asking you yes or no. Would you be in favor of introducing a chupacabra into the human population, or would you say that's horrific, no matter what the evidence suggests about the consequences?
Is the ecosystem of a chupacabra, we come back to the same thing. If the ecosystem of a chupacabra is just chupacabra and humans, then I wouldn't be in favor of it.
Yeah, but some evidence suggests that if we lower the human population by introducing these chupacabras, some evidence suggests, some case studies as you're presenting us, suggest that it would be better long term. Would you be in favor of introducing a chupacabra?
So some evidence suggests that long term,
some case studies,
the population,
yes. The same amount of evidence that you
suggest that the population of humans would be better off if we reintroduce a chupacabra.
If we introduce it, yeah.
If we introduce it in this hypothetical, then I guess I would be in favor of introducing a chupacabra. Then, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, man,
it's kind of weird.
That's another value difference. That's horrific, man. Like introducing a being that would eat alive some humans. Like I would be in favor of that.
But it's also not. You see, that's what I don't like about this hypotheticals, because we come back to the same thing, whereas like that is not possible. That cannot possibly ever be right. Because
then you're invoking model language about possibilities again, where you remember last time you had to concede that you had no contradiction. Again, you're introducing model language. You're saying it's not possible, which is to mean that it cannot happen, which means there's a contradiction. What's the contradiction? It is logically possible, no? That could
is it logically possible that I introduce? Okay, I'll ask you this, right? Is it logically possible that I reintroduce a chupacabra who kills humans, and humans are better off for it? Humans as a species.
It is logically possible. I don't see the contradiction. What would be the contradiction?
How is it logically possible?
I think this. Wait. Just to be clear, when we say something is logically possible, it just means that there isn't a logical contradiction entailed by it. And logical contradiction, as I already said, is just the conjunction between a proposition and its negation.
But explain to me then, how is this hypothetical working? How would it work in this hypothetical? Because we can't just throw hypotheticals where we assume magic, right? We can't, like, if I throw
Why
a
not?
hypothetical where I
Why
would,
not?
Why not?
okay, if you throw a hypothetical where I would assume magic, then I can
Well,
throw
in this
hypotheticals
in this
as I
in
assume
this
magic,
in this
right?
particular hypothetical, I'm not assuming magic, but why couldn't we pose a hypothetical where we assume magic? We can do that, right? We can use the
We
That's
philosophy
can.
tangential.
one
Look,
and
I mean, it
We
doesn't matter,
can.
but yeah.
it is tangential.
W-
Like the question is that you. This is the specific question. I just want yes, no. I think you said yes, right? You would be in favor of introducing predators. Sorry, like
I don't think I would. No,
yeah.
I'm sorry for saying that. No, I don't think I would introduce predators, obviously, in that situation, right? But like, but if by some
Then we go
magical,
back to name the trade. Then when we go back to name the trade again, because if you have some case studies showing that introducing chupacabras could be a benefit for whatever the ecological whatever the
yeah,
ecosystem, you wouldn't be in favor of introducing the chupacabras, but you are in favor of reintroducing wolves or
because human
lions.
because humans are not part of any ecosystem. I keep repeating that, and you guys don't think you can hear me. When you say, for example, when you say that this argument doesn't apply to the marine life ecosystem because it's too complex to possibly find
Wait,
this,
I wouldn't say
I
it doesn't apply to it. As I already said, it applies in principle. It's just that we don't have the empirics.
yeah, you're saying it. We cannot possibly find the odd predators that
No,
we
I'm
would
not
need to
making a
kill.
claim like that.
And
I'm
we're
just
not saying
Oh,
it's
saying
not
we don't.
possible. He didn't
what
he
Yeah.
does
didn't
we're
invoke
not
possibility.
finding? What does it mean when you say we're not? What you said about the empirics?
Yeah, we just currently don't have the means to do it. Doesn't mean we won't ever have it.
Yeah, we're not saying
Okay,
it's
so
impossible to do it.
are you claiming that we have the means to do it now for other species, where we would remove species of other of animals
Doesn't
and
have to
without
be
affecting
species.
ecosystems? Okay, individuals of ecosystem without, like, are you saying we right now know for a fact that certain individuals in an ecosystem are theoretically optional to that ecosystem, that because they are theoretically optional, right? If we remove them, the ecosystem remains in balance, right? So what you're saying is that if we remove the optional the individuals that are optionally exist in that ecosystem, right? That's what you're saying, right? It somehow,
Uh,
like, do we have
I'm
that
not.
technology to
I'm not sure what you mean by option. Like, what is optional? Like an optional organism mean? Like, what do you mean?
well, optional to the ecosystem, I mean, right? Because what I'm saying is that you don't know what we both acknowledge, that we don't know whether removing one or two lions from an ecosystem would actually cause decimation through that ecosystem, right? We don't know that, right? So then
One or
what you're
well, look, you know that lions die all the time, right?
obviously, like everybody, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm not sure about how, like, what's but I think lions have sort of like a 15-year lifespan or something like that. But in like many cases, there are lions which are killed by other lions, uh, and they die of diseases, injuries. Like, yeah, point is, there are lions that die
Yeah.
without human intervention.
Yes.
Even without human intervention, there are lions that die, and
Yeah.
that doesn't devastate the ecosystem.
Because they die as part of an ecosystem, right? They die. Their death, the death of lions that are in an ecosystem, is death that is part of an ecosystem.
Wait, so let me get this straight. So let's say there is a lion, okay,
Yeah.
and that lion, it gets killed by another lion.
Yeah.
Versus I go and shoot that lion.
Yes.
Okay, let's say there are two of them. Okay, there are two lions. Um, Both of them are killed by other lions. That's one situation. The other situation is I go and shoot both of those lions.
Yeah.
Do you think there's some more reason to think that there's going to be like ecological downstream consequences in my case versus the lion killing lion case?
No, obviously it's the same thing.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So there are optional
Yeah, but what I'm
individuals.
saying, is that the optional individuals, as you claim, they're weeded out anyway by the ecosystem. That's what I'm saying. If any individual is optional to the ecosystem that is
I
imbalanced,
don't see
then
how
that
that's
individual
relevant.
dies. Well, it is relevant because that means there is no. It explained that there is no existence of optional individuals.
I don't see how that follows.
Well, as I said, like if so again, like an ecosystem imbalance doesn't mean that it's always imbalanced, right? It means it sometimes go one way or the other, right? It kind of goes this way, like if we assume there's a predator prey thing, right? It goes one way or the other, right? One population increases, the other decreases, so on and so forth, right? That's kind of what imbalance means, right? Killing one individual, maybe two individual, depending on the population of each species, may not make a difference, right? But it doesn't, like, again, it depends on the population of the species. It depends on that, right? And what I'm saying
So
is that this ecosystem
so
is
if I get
imbalanced.
what you so if I get what you mean correctly, so you agree that there is some threshold of animals which can be shot without consequences, right?
I agree that there might be. I agree that we don't know whether there is. That's what I'm saying. I agree that there might be, but I agree that I don't know what that is.
So wait, you okay? So these lions which are dying of natural causes, whether they are dying of old age or whether
Yeah.
it's line on line violence, those are two individual. Oh shit, my phone is. Give me a sec. Eddie, if you want, I think you know
Sure, man.
what I'm getting at. So I'll just get my charger.
Sure. Until he comes back, I'll let him run that dialogue tree that he was. But I'm interested about another point. You said that you would be in favor of that you wouldn't be in favor of introducing chupacabra into the human population. Like if let's say some scientists point you to some evidence that suggested some case studies that suggested that if we decrease the human population by introducing chupacabras, it would be good. There's some evidence that suggested that some case studies you still wouldn't be in favor of introducing a chupacabra. You said you wouldn't, right?
Yeah, because they're not part of any ecosystem, and we're not part of any ecosystem. Yeah, for me.
I don't know what you mean by that. You keep saying they're not part of any ecosystem. I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, what I mean by that is there's no natural order, or whatever you want to call it, where one predator preys on another prey, where the animal, like you can obviously see there's a difference, right, between how a population of humans behave versus how a population of animals in an ecosystem behave, right? So what I'm saying is that if there is a possibility that fuck, I'm getting lost right here. I'm sorry, because I added up and I got lost. So
I'm asking him something different because he said something about reintroducing. He wouldn't be in favor of introducing chupacabras to a human population if there was some case studies that suggested it would be good. He wouldn't be in favor, but he would be in favor of introducing wolves, lions. I just want to understand like what's true of animals that if it was true of humans would make it okay in your view to introduce a chupacabras. I really don't see any more.
Well, animals are part of an ecosystem. Humans aren't. That's the only reason why.
Abura, like you're more well read in biology than me. Like, when he says we're not part of an ecosystem, is that true?
I have no idea what that means.
Well, I mean, there's obviously an ecosystem around us, right? But what I mean by we're not part of an ecosystem, by that I mean like we are not like if you were to take an isolation, what human beings as what we are doing in a city, right? Like where we as humans live, right? If you would consider that our ecosystem, right? There's no balance of populations of one or the other. We control all of that. There's no nature to letting like, oh, if there's more of one, there's be less of another.
Do we control all of that?
Yeah, we
are
do,
we
right?
at risk of extinction of like overpopulation, like the rest of animals in nature?
But that's why in the places where we live in our ecosystems in cities, that's why we try to remove mice, we try to remove bugs, right? We try to keep our ecosystem how we want it, right? Like we are in charge of that. We try to make it how we want it. We try to control that ecosystem, right? We don't let the ecosystem flow, right? There is a difference between like an ecosystem flowing. What I mean by that is that in nature, right, in a natural ecosystem, the difference between a natural ecosystem and an artificial ecosystem like we build, in a natural ecosystems, things happen in time. Predators prey, the population increases, decreases. There's this whole movement of things that just doesn't happen in the ecosystems that we as humans live.
Okay, so let's say it did happen, and there was some evidence, some case studies that suggested that ecosystem would flow better if we
But
introduce
how would that
chupacabras.
happen? How would that happen?
It's irrelevant. How it would happen is irrelevant. In the hypothetical, there's some case studies that suggest that introducing some chupacabras are gonna kill a certain amount of excess humans. That's gonna keep everything like it suggests this. This case study suggests that it's gonna like keep everything in balance. Would you be in favor of introducing the chupacabras in that case?
So so in this hypothetical, just to be clear, so that I can answer the hypothetical correctly, okay? In this, I'm not dodging. I'm just trying to understand the hypothetical. In this hypothetical, the human beings live in an ecosystem that is synonymous with an ecosystem that is within nature, where we as humans have a prey or have a predator-prey relationship to other animals, and maybe multiple predator-prey relationships in this ecosystem, right? And this ecosystem is somewhat thrown out of balance because of us multiplying heavily. And what you're saying is that, would I be in favor of us reintroducing another species that would otherwise predate on humans to make the ecosystem in balance?
I'm not sure why you have to bring it there, but I'm just saying.
But that's exactly my argument. That's exactly my argument. The ecosystem does matter in this argument. That's my point, right? Like the whole point of culling predators for me is about the ecosystem. Is mostly about it. Hell, even the ecosystem, even the culling of predators is about the ecosystem. You're saying the odd number predators is a thing of ecosystems. Like the whole thing is directly related to it.
The question is simple, man. The question is, there's some evidence that suggests that introducing a chupacabras is gonna be somehow better for the whole of life on Earth, for the whole biosphere. Some case studies that suggest that. Would you be in favor of introducing a chupacabra? Yes, no. It doesn't really matter how this works. The question is yes, no, or you don't know. Would it be ethical to introduce a chupacabra?
I don't.
There's some evidence that suggests it would be good for the biosphere. Okay.
I don't think that would be good. I don't think that would necessarily be ethical. I don't know if it would be ethical. Honestly, I don't know. I would have to
so
think.
You're agnostic.
And I would have to think because, as I said, a lot of other variables would matter in this hypothetical for me. But and it's hard for me to imagine this hypothetical so that I could give a proper answer. So then, yes, I would say I am.
So
agnostic.
You don't know that is an answer. That is okay. So you're saying that you would be agnostic about whether or not it would be ethical to introduce a chupacabras if there was some case studies that pointed to it being of benefits long term ecologically, but you're not.
But it's not.
You're agnostic about that. But in the case of introducing lions, you're not agnostic. You're saying it is good to introduce predators in the animal context. You're not agnostic in that context
because they're part of an ecosystem. I keep repeating that. I'm sorry. I keep bringing it back. Like imagine this. Okay, let's say we apply the predator, the odd man predator thing, right, to humans, to the ecosystem that humans live in as it is now. Wouldn't that mean that we would have to kill all the humans? Because we are the apex predators, right? Like if we take the ecosystem of humans, we are the top of it, right? We are killing all animals. Shouldn't that mean that we, according to the culling of predators argument, should be killing or optional humans, not all the humans. Okay, I'm sorry. I come back. Only the humans that are somehow optional to the whole ecosystem. Or
sure, we can go there in a second. I'm happy to answer the question about whether or not it would be ethical to kill, like, let's say, carnists or something like that. But before we go there, there's still like something I don't understand. A question on the table. Like Abura, I don't know if you heard what I asked him, but I asked him like if he would be in favor of introducing a chupacabra into the human population if there was some evidence that suggested that there might be some ecological downstream positive consequences. He said he would be agnostic about whether it would be ethical to introduce chupacabra, but in the lion context, he's saying it is good to introduce predators into nature, to introduce lions, wolves. And I asked him like to name the trait, and he says something about one is in an ecosystem and the other isn't. Like I'm not understanding. Like,
okay,
what do you think about that?
So I don't know how to put it. It's hard to say, but so it's hard for me to remove. So let's put it this way. Ideologically, right? When morally speaking, I understand your perspective, right? I completely understand that, and you're right that there is no difference. But there is practically a big difference, right? There is and we have to take practicability into consideration when we make arguments like culling all predators, don't we? And practically speaking, there is a huge difference, and that is that one is part of an ecosystem and one isn't. We as humans are not part of it.
That's what I understand. That claim right there is what I don't understand. I'm not understanding what you mean though when you say one is an ecosystem and the other isn't.
Well, what I mean by ecosystem, I mean by a uncontrolled ecosystem, right? Like imagine this, like the reason why we are introducing predators in ecosystems, like the reason why Netherlands has introduced 2 wolves in an ecosystem was because, well, first of all, in the first place, we removed the wolves from that ecosystem. That's number one, right? We removed all the wolves from that ecosystem. But the downstream effects of us removing the wolves from that ecosystem were much worse for the whole population of all the other prey, right? So the reason why we are introducing wolves is because we want to leave the ecosystem as it was, so to try and develop on its own, right? Whereas we, within ourselves, we control that for ourselves. We don't control it for other animals, right? We have our best interest as for ourselves, as our species, to do what is best for our species in our ecosystem, right? That's what we do, right? If we were part of a different ecosystem where we would we reintroduce predators to us? No, obviously not. But the reason why we introduce predators in other ecosystems is because we removed them in the first place. We realized it's fucked up, and we're reintroducing them so that the ecosystems are in balance, so that prey and all the other fauna and other animals don't suffer. Because that's why we're introducing them, because the ecosystem was not in balance, because it's just getting fucked up, not just for us, but also for the animals living in that ecosystem. So that's the difference. The difference is that one we can control and one we cannot. Right? We can control what's good for us in our ecosystem without having to introduce prey or predators. Whereas in an ecosystem where we cannot control anything, we have to let the ecosystem flourish as it is. But because we have already intervened in them, then reintroducing the predators that were there in the first place just means we're bringing.
So there's a few things there. Like I don't know, Abu, if you wanted to respond to that. But I just had a question because he said because predators were already there and we removed them, it is okay to reintroduce them. So I just posed that hypothetical in the human context. Let's say the chupacabra was there in the past. We removed the chupacabras. Would you be in favor of reintroducing it? And by reintroducing it, we're meaning condemned few hundred humans per year to be eaten alive or something like that.
But
would you be in favor of that?
But you know that we are doing that, right? When we're reintroducing wolves, when we're reintroducing bears in certain areas, when we're introducing these are animals that could potentially harm humans also, right? But our point isn't to, like, the reason why we're reintroducing these is to, again, strike a balance in these ecosystems, right? It's not for us to kill humans. So what you're saying is that if we somehow as humans,
I don't see how that answered my question, by the way. It was again a yes or no.
Okay, let's put it this way. Okay, I think I realize what the difference is. The difference is that we as humans have other solutions.
Yeah, but there's still a question on the table, by the way. There's still a question. I just want to know if you would be, if in the past there was a chupacabra predator-prey relationship, it went away, would you be in favor of reintroducing this chupacabra to specifically humans?
If there was
in the past there was this balance, we ended this balance, will you be in favor of putting it again on the face of the earth?
Yeah, that's what we're doing now. As I said, like, it's the same thing, right? It's exactly like I'm sorry.
And again, we're gonna say that we think that's horrible to just introduce a being that's gonna eat others alive. We're gonna say that's horrible. You have a consistent view there, right? You have another consistent view, but we just think it's crazy.
I understand, but like, if the potential downstream, like, that's so there's also the other thing, right, where we as humans thinking that we know better than, like, such a complex ecosystem, such complex actions that happen in an ecosystem, and for us to try and intervene in an ecosystem and say, let's eliminate this because our moral system says that it's wrong for innocent animals who have been programmed to eat other innocent animals. We say, let's just remove these other innocent animals because these other innocent animals who are the victims actually matter more, right? This is clearly like a moral thing that we as humans have decided. It's not something that, and it has been shown in the past time and time again, that when we go into nature, when we try to mess with nature, it never ends up correctly, and it almost never ends up correctly, right? That's why we're in the situations that we're in, ecologically speaking. And I mean, when I say ecologically, I don't mean environmentally. I mean specifically ecologically, like biodiversity. The loss of biodiversity and all of this is because we have intervened in nature, claiming we know better, right? So what you're saying is
I'm
that
not really sure why so I'll just make it clear that I don't actually care about biodiversity and ecosystems in and of themselves. I only care about them insofar as they house sentient beings. So I don't place any intrinsic value on biodiversity. I don't place any intrinsic value on ecosystems. I only value that thing insofar as it contains beings, and insofar as the beings in that thing are suffering, I want it to be eliminated. So
yeah, insofar as it is instrumental for the flourishing of sentient life.
So what you're saying is that you are trying to essentially remove the suffering of certain individuals, correct?
It doesn't only have to be suffering; it's also rights violations in addition to suffering.
Okay, so, but if you were to find out that letting nature take its course actually would end up better for more individuals and less rights violations in the end, like less death, like I don't know what rights violation means in the end, because I think the rights violations is kind of, I know what you mean by right violation, right, as an individual killing another individual, but what I think matters, right, is the deaths of those individuals, right, like the premature deaths of those individuals, right? So like, if in the end of in an ecosystem, when you add if you intervene in that ecosystem and you find out that more of these prey that you are trying to save are actually going to be affected and worse, why would you remove that prey? Like, why would you say that's the better option to do?
That predator, you mean? Remove that predator.
When you remove the predator, why would you, and it ends up being worse for the prey, why would you
so again, a couple of things that still wouldn't mean that removing some would be a bad thing. And if the empirics turn out to be true, that yes, like, so we could say with a high degree of certainty that predation is instrumental for the flourishing of sentient life as a whole, then we would be like against removing it for the meantime, but we would be in favor of developing technology to remove it later on. But yes, like I would say, if it turned out to be instrumental, it would be wrong to remove it. But
thank you. So that's my point.
But not it would still not mean that it would be wrong to go out and kill some of those beings.
Okay, but like killing some of those beings. So then I ask you, when you say you want to go and kill out some of these beings, okay, let's move into the ethical side of it. When you say you can go out and kill some of these beings, which beings do you kill? Right? You say individuals matter, right? You want to kill 2 lions. You see a herd of 10 lions. Which ones do you choose? And why do those 2 lions particularly deserve to die more than the other 10?
That, I don't think that's within the scope of the discussion. Like, we can
but
see,
it does matter, doesn't it?
The scope of the discussion is with respect to the principle, right? I mean, yeah, like we know that it's we know that like we have some fundamental value difference, and this, like, yeah, we just have like completely different values. So how we make the decision, that is an empirical thing. That's not the question. The question is, in principle, should we like in principle, would it be justified to go out and shoot some order of predator? And in principle, we think that is the case. In principle, you don't think that is the case, and we have seen the reductives of that position as well.
I guess that's where we disagree. In principle, we see it differently, right? Whereas
so
but then
we can speculate about like, if we see like a herd of lions, which lion would be the best target or something like that. But in the I mean, none of that is relevant to the principle question. It's just after you have accepted the principle, what do we do from there?
But
I'm agnostic about that. I don't think we have the evidence which is the best target and stuff like that.
So your audio model a little bit in my end.
Yeah, your audio
Oh,
is a bit bad.
sorry. Am I like?
It's still like a little robotic.
Oh, hold on.
So let me I saw a comment. It's not rights violation if a non-agent does the harm, a tragedy, not an atrocity. I agree with this one also. I agree with this argument. Thank you, Nick, for the donation. I agree with that. It's not necessarily a rights violation if they're not acting out of agency, right?
Well, depends what you mean by a rights violation, but it would still be something bad in my view.
I'm not disagreeing that it would be something bad, because an animal would be losing their life, right? A sentient individual would be losing their life. But
Am I still roboting?
It's better
no,
now.
you're not.
Your video is like, okay, there you go. Yeah, so it would be a like a semantic thing whether or not it would be a right violation. Like in the case of the mind controlled agent, it's hacking somebody into pieces, but would still be a good thing to use lethal force to save a family from being hacked into pieces. Yes, like it doesn't really matter if you want to call it a rights violation or not. It would still be a good thing to intervene. That's the point. But anyway, Apura, you were saying something.
Yeah, I was just saying that. Yeah, like this, like whatever happens after the principle, we don't like. I don't really take a strong view on like which lion should we go and kill and which like individual should we target. Like I don't really have a model of that. I don't have like a model of. I don't have like a theory about like high priority targets with respect to culling predators or something like that, and I don't need to, because the question is just that in principle, is there some instance of odd order predator culling which is justified? And I think there is. So that's, yeah.
Is there an instance of predator culling that is justified? That's what you're questioning, not odd order, because we can go into the odd order predator thing and we can realize that it's not really odd order, right? Because what you're saying is you presented only one example where it's the apex predator.
It doesn't matter. You don't have to take the trophic cascade into thing. Like you don't even have to talk about that.
Okay.
When I'm saying odd order predator, I just mean a predator whose existence on the net increases rights violations. That's all.
But odd order means something. We can't say odd order and not have it mean odd order, can we? Right? So the argument should not be called odd order then, right? It should be called we should be what you're saying.
You can call it whatever you want. Like odd order is just the shorthand for it, because that's the name. Like it's stuck. So, but this is what I mean by it. Like it's just animals whose existence entails on the net more rights violations.
Okay, yeah, but like, let me ask you this. We have an ecosystem of 100 lions and 100 gazelles, right? Let's just start with this. We have an ecosystem of 100 lions and 100 gazelles. We know for a fact that if you kill 2 lions, well, 2 gazelles will survive. I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired. 2 gazelles would survive, right? Like, the ecosystem of these lions and gazelles will go back and forth, right? Where there will be more gazelles, there will be more lions, because there's a large population of all of this, right? Who are you to say that killing some of these lions is better, right? Because at the end of the day, there is at the middle of it, like it being in balance means that there is a fluctuation between the species, and that balance, there will be rights violations on either the side of lions or either the side of gazelles. So why are you deciding that all of a sudden lions don't deserve to live? Well,
what do you mean rights violations on one side?
So the reason why it's important for an ecosystem to be in balance is so that the population of those animals within that ecosystem can survive and thrive without needing external influence, right? Without, like, the ecosystem works on its own, without having these animals having to migrate to a different ecosystem or all of this other stuff, which just throws everything out of balance, right?
Okay, like what's the relevance?
Yeah, well, the relevance is because if all of this population of animals is imbalanced, that means when you kill a couple of animals from one side, then it will be imbalanced on the other animals on this other side. So what you're saying, which otherwise which which otherwise they would die because they would be killed by these other animals. So I'm saying if there is a balance in the ecosystem where there's 50%, this is an oversimplification on my side, right? Where there's 50% lions and 50% gazelles, and it always fluctuates between 49, 51, 48, 52, 50, so on and so forth. It goes back and forth. Essentially, what you're saying is that the lions deserve to live less in this ecosystem than the gazelles do. Because the same number of rights violations will eventually happen. That's what I'm saying. Because an ecosystem in balance means that most of the animals in that ecosystem, the number of the population of those animals in that ecosystem will remain in balance. That's what an ecosystem in balance means. It means that the population will remain in balance, right?
Wait, what? What do you mean? But wait, so I need clarity on a few things. Well, firstly, what's the like? What is the like? Why are we having like 50% lions and 50% gazelles? Like, what's the relevance of that?
That was just a hypothetical.
By the way, Apura, like your audio is perfect, but your video is lagging more than ever right now. At least on mine.
Yeah.
But your audio is good.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You know, it's monsoon here, so the internet connection keeps fluctuating a little bit.
Yeah, at least we hear you okay right now.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so, well, one thing is, yeah, I don't understand the hypothetical actually. So we have.
So what I'm saying, right? What I'm saying is that in an ecosystem in balance, right, there is a balanced population of both prey and predator, right?
What's a balanced population of prey and predator?
Well, it means that the prey don't multiply all the way to the level that they consume all resources, because they're kept in check by predators who consume them, right? That's the basics of an ecosystem.
Okay, so basically, there is some proportion of predators and some proportion of prey, and this is such that the prey population does not increase exponentially or something like that. Is that what you're getting at?
Where I'm getting at is that when you say like you could kill, because we already established, right, that what you're saying is that if you could kill one lion or two lions or whatever, just a couple of predators that wouldn't otherwise destabilize the ecosystem. That's what you're saying, right? And it doesn't destabilize the ecosystem, but it shifts it the other way, right? Because what you're saying essentially is that the lives of one lion is worth less than two lives of a zebra or of a gazelle.
Oh yeah, I don't mind signing off on that. I care about rights violators less than I care about victims.
But they're not rights violators, right? Because we all acknowledge that they're all.
That depends on the semantics. Like if you're gonna bake into the cake some agency of like if you're gonna bake in agency into the theory of rights violations, then yeah. But I don't have any such notion of rights violations that like necessitates that there being some kind of agency.
Okay, so if there's no agency, then
which also I don't grant, by the way. I actually don't know what people mean when they say animals aren't moral agents. So I'm not even convinced that is true.
By the way, your audio is yet again coming with.
Oh shit! Okay, hold on.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just answer some questions. Yes, I sent the link to the real thing to send to Richard. He hasn't joined. Oh, here he is.
Is it better now?
What up?
Hi.
It's still okay. It's still kind of that way. Hi, Richard.
Hey, so I was doing my own stream. I was kind of going back and forth, watching your stream a little bit. A few minutes ago, like 10 minutes ago, you were talking about Yellowstone specifically.
I actually have that, yeah, about Yellowstone.
Yeah, so there was no benefit found with reintroducing wolves into Yellowstone. The authors who originally wrote that paper disavowed their own paper. They actually found that. Yeah, what's up? The authors actually found that wolves had no effect whatsoever on the ecosystem. They didn't even have any effect on the behavior of elk. The assumption was elk would deliberately try to avoid wolves and it would change their drinking and eating patterns. It didn't. Elk would not deliberately try to avoid wolves. They would just literally sit right next to wolves. It's only if wolves are chasing them that they'd ever decide to move or go out of the way. They also found that the only thing that actually reduced elk populations was human poaching. So people shooting elk with high-powered rifles is the only thing that actually reduced elk population. Changes to flora and fauna were actually attributed to just climate change, nothing to do with reintroduction of wolves. So knowing this, and that ecosystem in particular, what would be your argument to basically kill off all the wolves?
Oh, I don't think we should kill off all the wolves.
No, but what would be your argument to not kill off all the wolves in Yellowstone in particular?
So what you're saying is that knowing that reintroducing wolves in the ecosystem that we probably have destabilized in the first place would not make it stable, would I still think it's a good idea to reintroduce wolves in that ecosystem?
No, that's not what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is wolves weren't in Yellowstone. They were reintroduced. We know that reintroducing wolves had zero benefit, literally zero. What would be your argument against killing off all the wolves in Yellowstone, knowing that wolves have no benefit and we know they're brutally murdering innocent animals?
I don't know, same thing as before. Like like what you're saying is that first of all, I want to see some data for that, but like I'll take you on face value and assume that what you're saying is that wolves did not make any difference for us reintroducing them, right? But the ecosystem that was there in the first place was stable to some extent, right? In one shape or another, there was a predator-prey thing happening there, right?
Okay, and wolves were gone, and then reintroducing the wolves did nothing. So what's your argument against killing off all the wolves in Yellowstone specifically?
I mean, I don't have an argument against. I would say reintroducing the wolves then didn't work and you should try something else.
Like what? Should we reintroduce tigers or I mean, why if we know that it has no benefit introducing carnivorous animals into that particular ecosystem, what would be the argument against killing them off?
Well, so let's put it this way. What you're saying is that we have an ecosystem that has been decimated by humans, right?
What do you mean decimated?
Well, the reason why we want to reintroduce wolves in Yellowstone is because the fauna is dying out because the elk are eating it, right? That's as far as I know. I don't know a lot
it was
about
found
this
that climate change was responsible for that. So again, reintroducing wolves did nothing to change the flora and fauna, did not alter elk populations, didn't kill off any elk. Elk did not change their migration patterns, their eating patterns, their drinking habits. Didn't do any of that. The only thing that actually reduced elk populations was human poaching. So people with high-powered rifles just shooting them. So knowing that introducing wolves into Yellowstone had zero benefit on the ecosystem, what would be the argument against killing off all the wolves in Yellowstone?
I mean, what you're saying is that the population control of elk should happen by humans, not by wolves, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
But what? Okay, so the problem in that ecosystem, right? That you say that wasn't fixed by wolves being reintroduced, is the fact that elk overgraze, right?
No. Elk were not overgrazing. So again, the changes to the flora and fauna, it turns out it was due to climate change. So
can you show me some data for that, by the way? Because I'm not like, I see that like vegan, of course, Kai is saying that that's not true.
Well,
it says the Yellowstone website says the opposite. So I'm like,
well, again, where they're getting their data from, the authors of the paper disavowed the original paper. They did further research, and they found that again, wolves did absolutely nothing
So there needs to
to
be some research paper to show that, right? Like you can't, like if
Yeah.
the authors did further research, then there needs to be
let
some
me
research
just
that
quickly Google
allows
this.
that.
Yellowstone wolves authors disavow paper. This article is from AccuWeather. They interviewed the original authors. You can read this. Get out. Cat's trying to eat my food. Where should I link this? Just in chat?
Yeah, if you can link it in chat, link it in the private chat. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll share it also. Let me.
Yeah, but with increasing temperatures and with increasing temperatures and changes in rainfall patterns, you're going to get plants not growing as well as they otherwise would. That seems to be the best explanation for the changes in flora and fauna in Yellowstone. Again, the authors of this original paper, they disavowed the original paper, and they found that the only thing that actually affected elk populations was human poaching. So again, like even if we were to grant that there is some sort of benefit to controlling elk populations in Yellowstone, would you rather have elk get their living guts ripped out of them by a pack of wolves, or would you rather have people blow their brains out and have an instant death with a 30 caliber rifle?
I would rather people not intervene in ecosystems, right? That would be my ideal situation.
So
I would rather
right,
let ecosystems thrive on their own.
Right, but we know introducing wolves did nothing, and if we're going to assume that reducing elk populations has any benefit whatsoever, why would you not preferentially have human beings kill elk as opposed to wolves?
Because, well, shall we talk about the context where we commodify animals and we assume that it's okay to kill animals just because we can? Because in that
wolves
context, then I would assume
animals. Yeah, so wolves commodify animals.
Well, but wolves don't have any other choice. We do, right? Like the difference is that, yes, I would rather a wild animal kill an animal rather than a human killing an animal.
Why?
If that's what you're asking. Because
Why?
Because in the current context that we're in, humans killing animals is nothing more but another example where we commodify animals. And the whole idea is that we should stop commodifying animals, we as humans.
Okay, so would you rather have humans, let's say, chase down elk and rip them apart with knives, or would you rather them like shoot them with a high-powered rifle? Like, what's the better option?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry, I got a bit distracted.
So, like, if humans were to hunt, would you rather them like literally chase down animals and then slowly cut them into pieces while they're still alive until they finally bleed out? Or would you rather them use a high-powered rifle where they're killed?
I would rather them use. Yeah, I would rather them use a high-powered rifle, of course. If humans
okay,
were, if the two options
have
are
these
humans,
big sharp teeth that they use that are kind of like small little knives, and they bite into animals and rip out their living guts. They literally start chewing on their intestines while they're still screaming in pain. So why would you preferentially have wolves kill an animal as opposed to a human being that has the luxury of a high-powered rifle that can kill it instantly?
Because of the context that we live in. I repeat, because of the context of when you as a human being are killing an animal, you're sending a message, and especially when you do it for the sake of saying it's better for everybody, it's better for the environment, you are sending a message that it is okay to commodify and kill animals, which is a message that we should never
You're
ever be
saying
sending.
It's okay for wolves to do that.
I'm saying it's a different. Yes, it's okay for
Not
wolves
different.
because wolves. Well, it is because wolves are not moral agents. They don't know any better, whereas we as humans do.
Yeah, and as moral agents, we can choose to kill an animal with a high-powered rifle instead of torturing them to death. So,
let's
like,
put it this way.
Can you? So wait. Can you name the trait that's lacking in wolves that if lacking in a human being, it'd be okay with a human being brutally torturing an animal to death?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted.
Can you name the trait that's lacking in
Yeah.
animals that if lacking in a human being would make it okay for the human being to brutally torture an animal to death?
If human beings wouldn't exist in a system where we exploit and slaughter individuals, that's the trait, yes.
So you're
basically-
okay with indigenous tribes people spear hunting where they have to chuck a spear at an
No,
animal multiple
They're still
times?
humans. They're still humans being commodifying animals, aren't they?
I don't know what you mean by commodifying. Like, I mean, wolves are commodifying animals in the same way. They're
But
using them as
wolves
a means
don't
to an
know
end to
any
get
better.
nutrition. Well,
But wolves don't know any
do
better.
indigenous tribes people that are running around saying "ooga booga" while chucking a spear at an animal, do they know any better?
If they do it, then yeah, they do. If they don't, they don't, right? It's
So
as simple
I'm
as that.
assuming the trait is basically mental retardation. So you're fine with like mentally retarded humans going around just torturing animals. Like if somebody
No.
with Down syndrome had a cat, you'd be fine with that person with Down syndrome like throwing their cat in a microwave and going like,
Okay,
"Oh, cat go boom."
Okay, I'll tell you what the difference is. The species. And yeah, it's the difference is the species. And you might say, well, it's a species argument, but the reality is that the human species commodifies all the other species in this animal kingdom. So the reason why we as humans should not be commodifying or killing animals just because we can is because we commodify animals, we as a species.
Okay, what do you mean by commodification?
Like we treat them as objects. We
You
exactly
think
what we do in the whole animal.
so? When a wolf literally rips out the living guts of an elk and chews on its intestines while it's screaming out in pain, does that sound like it's being treated like an object to you?
I mean, it sounds to me like the wolf is using instincts to catch an animal. I wouldn't say that the wolf is commodifying them, right? It's like commodification means that you intentionally go towards treating them as objects, where you intentionally do what you're doing, right? And it's not.
That does not sound like a satisfactory explanation of what commodification is. Commodification just means objectifying an animal, a sentient being, as some sort of means to an end to get some sort of wealth or I don't know, resource
Benefit.
from them. I don't see how it's any different. A wolf killing an elk so that it can eat versus a human being killing an elk so that it can eat. I don't
what you're
see
saying
a,
is that
I don't
there's no
see a
difference.
distinction aside from like moral agency, but I don't know why moral agency would really be an interest to you. In either case, there's a victim.
Okay.
Like
so what
again,
you're
it
saying is-
like would you like if there was a race of mentally retarded human beings that couldn't conceptualize right and wrong, like you wouldn't have any issue with those mentally retarded human beings torturing animals to death?
in which context is the whole population? Or are we talking about the same context that we're in right now?
Well, let's say there was some sort of birth defect that gave somebody like some sort of syndrome, like Down syndrome. Would you have a problem with somebody with Down syndrome putting their cat in a microwave and then watching their cat explode after getting cooked alive and then like eating some of the pieces of the cat?
Of course, I would have a problem with that, but I wouldn't say that it's the fault of the person who doesn't know that what they're doing, right? It's like blaming a child for doing something they don't know is right or wrong.
Right. And if there were children doing something horrible, even though they didn't know what they were doing was wrong, you'd do whatever you could to stop the kid. Like if there was
probably die, yeah.
If there was
we already
like if
went
there
down that path.
so again if there was a kid who we know is suffering from like schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is a condition where legally you can determine that somebody doesn't know what they're doing. So they don't have moral agency if they're in a schizophrenic episode. So if there was a 15-year-old kid who is in a schizophrenic episode and thought that they were told by God to kill all of their classmates with an AR-15, would you think it's morally wrong for the police to intervene and kill that deranged 15-year-old so that like their entire class wouldn't get killed?
Obviously, I would not want their entire class to be killed if that's what you're saying. But what I'm saying, right, there's a difference because What I'm saying is that doesn't mean that that kid deserves to die, does it? That kid deserves to be stopped. I'm not saying that that kid deserves to die, because that's the difference, right?
So do the kids in the class deserve to live?
Yes, just as much as that kid who
Okay.
who doesn't know what they're
So
doing.
the kids in the class deserve to live. Do the 15, so let's say there's a class of 30 students. Do those 30 students would you say those 30 students are more deserving to live than that one deranged 15-year-old with schizophrenia?
I think they're all equal deserving to live. All of them.
You think one life is equal to 30 lives?
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying each individual life
Okay,
matters.
so 30 a class of 30 students versus a deranged schizophrenic child with an AR-15. Who's more deserving to live? 30 students or one deranged schizophrenic kid with an AR-15?
Okay, we already did this argument, Richard. I don't know how much of this debate you watch. We already did this argument, and I understand. Okay, if it's 1 versus 30, obviously it's better to kill the one person to save 30 people, right? In that sense, right?
So what's the moral difference? Right. So what's the moral difference there versus wolves in Yellowstone that have no benefit to the ecosystem, and we know those wolves are going to brutally murder many different animals, including elk?
Okay, relocate the wolves. Why do you have to kill them?
Okay, so are we going to relocate them to a wildlife facility where they're going to be fed vegan dog food?
I don't know, maybe. Whatever. If there's a solution where you don't kill them, why would you choose to kill them?
So I see that as the only realistic, practical solution.
But I don't think there is anything practical about calling odd man predators. And if you want, we can go into the whole thing.
It's practical as hell. We've done it many, many times. We've made many carnivorous species extinct on many different pieces of land. So today, we could just have people go out and hunt wolves in Yellowstone, and they'd basically be eradicated within the week. So I don't know how that's not practical.
Well, I'm not saying that you can't do that. What I'm not saying that you can't eradicate the predator species. What I'm saying, first of all, it's an oversimplification to call them, as I cleared out in all this discussion, and I don't want to go into it again. But like odd number predators is an oversimplification of a ecosystem, because there's no such thing as a chain in an ecosystem. I mean, there are several chains. There's a whole food web, and a predator that would otherwise be an odd number could be an even number in a different food chain, right? That was one of the arguments. But number two, let's say even if you identify that you can remove and you can easily remove this predator from an ecosystem, you have no way of knowing that removing a predator from the ecosystem wouldn't totally destabilize an ecosystem and make it even
we do
worse
in the
for
case
the
of
prey.
Yellowstone. So we do in the case of
Well,
Yellowstone.
we don't. Not even in the case of Yellowstone, because
we do in the case of Yellowstone, because for a very long period of time there were no wolves in Yellowstone. We introduced wolves. It made absolutely zero difference to the ecosystem. So in the case of Yellowstone, we absolutely do know, and for some reason you're holding this ideological position that even though we do know, we have all the data we need to perfectly understand that wolves in Yellowstone have absolutely no vital role to play. They're useless. You still want horrible, retarded, carnivorous animals to brutally murder other animals for absolutely no practical reason. It just sounds like you're an ideologue and you're just completely against killing animals under any fucking circumstances, even if it would benefit the lives of sentient animals.
So first of all, please abstain from using the R word. Please. I just don't like hearing it. I have friends who are intellectually challenged. I don't want that. I don't want to hear that. So please just abstain.
Well, I'm not talking about your friends. I'm talking about people who are actually retarded.
But the word itself triggers me, and I would ask you, it's a derogative term. Please stop using that term.
Okay, could you just never use the word skibbity? It really triggers me.
I will not use that word if it triggers you. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on. What I'm saying is that what you said in your article that you provided is that reintroducing what in the article that you said, that you sent me, it doesn't say that wolves being in that ecosystem is bad. What it's saying is that reintroducing the wolves in the ecosystem did not work, right? So the solution that we ourselves provided didn't work.
Yeah,
so
the article wasn't making
them.
So the article wasn't making any normative claims about wolves killing other animals. The article was making descriptive claims as to whether or not the ecosystem benefited. So we know for a fact that in a normative sense, wolves were a negative in Yellowstone because they kill other animals. So we know wolves have no benefit to the ecosystem. It's not like it affects the flora and fauna. It's not like the elk or any other animals
No.
that the wolves predate upon are benefited in any way. So again,
not true.
why would you want carnivorous animals running around Yellowstone for no reason?
So what you're saying is that in the ecosystem of Yellowstone, reintroducing wolves did not work. That's what you're saying, right? But that doesn't mean that wolves have no reason, have no purpose in that ecosystem. In fact, what you're saying proves exactly my point, that we as humans should not intervene in ecosystems, because the minute we intervene in ecosystems, we think we're doing something right, but we're not, right? So why would you say that if, like even logically thinking,
So
right? Wait. If reintroducing, and I muted you, by the way, because I want to finish my point. So if reintroducing a predator in an ecosystem does worse, as you claim, then why would you think it means it changes, right? Then why would you think removing a predator from an ecosystem wouldn't or couldn't possibly do worse?
Because we know the counterfactual. So the counterfactual is wolves were not in Yellowstone before, and adding them made absolutely no changes. So why would you have them in Yellowstone?
Okay, so but that's okay. But that's a problem of reintroducing wolves in Yellowstone, not a problem of reintroducing predators in Yellowstone, right? The problem was reintroducing the wrong predator. But what the problem?
Are we supposed to add tigers? Should
I
we?
don't know. Maybe.
Piranha?
I don't know. You see, that's the problem. When we mess with ecosystems, we have to mess with them again to make them stable. That's my whole point about calling predators. Because if you think, again, if an element, it's logical. If an element, you remove it and it can do something good, it can also do something bad. It's as simple as that, right? So if you think that reintroducing wolves does something bad, then also removing a predator can do something bad, right? Can you at least agree with that?
What bad would be done by removing wolves from Yellowstone?
I don't know specifically about wolves in Yellowstone, but removing them also doesn't have to be killing them, right? It could mean, again, relocating them.
Okay, well, I don't know of any wildlife sanctuaries that would take in, I don't know how many wolves were reintroduced, and also feed them a vegan diet. So culling them seems to be the most practical option.
But you see, that's one example where reintroducing wolves didn't work, right? But there's an example here in Netherlands where there's a natural park where they reintroduced wolves and it actually worked. So
I don't know if that's true or not. But again, what exactly are the wolves doing? Like, why wouldn't you just encourage hunting, like human hunting, if that were so necessary?
Well, first of all, I would never encourage human hunting. I don't think it's ethical to hunt for humans to hunt. And second,
okay, if it's not ethical for humans to hunt, why is it ethical for wolves to hunt?
I believe that wolves do it out of survival. Humans wouldn't do it out of survival.
Okay, that's right. Humans would be able to make calculated decisions based on actual real-world data. How many animals need to be killed? Wolves might overkill and actually eliminate a prey species, whereas humans could actually, use logic and reason to actually kill a certain number so that there isn't overkilling. Humans also use high-powered rifles and machines to actually kill animals quickly, as opposed to wolves who use their teeth, and they literally rip out the living guts of these animals and chew on their entrails until the life just gets squeezed out of them. So why would you preferentially want wolves to kill animals if it's absolutely necessary to hunt some sort of prey species?
I don't want wolves to preferentially hunt humans, okay? My whole point about the whole argument is that it's unpractical, okay? My whole point about the whole problem that I have with it is that you say we can calculate all this stuff, yet we have done it before. We have removed predators from certain ecosystems, and it has done nothing well. That's why we're reintroducing predators in certain ecosystems, because removing them from that ecosystem has messed up the ecosystem, right?
Okay, so that didn't work out with Yellowstone. So for Yellowstone specifically, you still haven't given me an answer for why you have an interest in reintroducing wolves to Yellowstone when they have absolutely no benefit. It just sounds like you have some weird ideological fetish with
I
just
don't.
having animals kill other animals. Okay, so then why do you have a problem with just getting rid of all wolves from Yellowstone, whether it be through hunting or rehoming them in a sanctuary?
Okay, remove them. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not saying that if wolves are introduced artificially by humans in an ecosystem, if we mess with an ecosystem, then I think it's at least our duty to keep it, to try to make it balanced again, right? But our duty to keep it in balance doesn't necessarily mean we to introduce ourselves in that ecosystem where we hunt for pleasure, especially in a context where we as humans exploit 80 billion land animals just because we can. I think it sends out the wrong message, right? So if you ask me if I would rather an animal kill an animal than a human kill an animal, yes, in this current context, in the context that we're in, I would rather an animal kill an animal so that it doesn't send the wrong message. Maybe in the future, if everybody in the world is vegan, then maybe we as humans should be doing what you're saying. Maybe, but even then, I still have problems with the whole calculation.
So, okay, so no one can just go out and hunt. There's actually a lottery system when it comes to hunting permits. You need a permit to be able to hunt. So, we're very good at doing this. We're very good at tracking wildlife, how many animals exist, how many animals should be killed, and we track things like deer population. There are people who also hunt bears, hunt wolves. We also track their numbers, and there's a lottery system permitting, a certain amount of killing of all these animals. So I don't know how you could argue that it's impractical to have humans manage some of these predatory duties, and why you would preferentially have animals that will just brutally murder each other. Well, you're having animals brutally murder each other, and on top of that, animals aren't intelligent. Wolves will, animals kill for fun. Animals will just overeat, overpopulate. You don't think it's possible for wolves to overpopulate and then overkill deer and so
it is.
I don't understand. So, and then humans have to come in and kill some wolves. Like if people are going to be interfering anyway, I don't know what your issue is. If we have to do this, I don't know what your issue is with just killing carnivorous animals and then just having human beings come in and do the hunting.
Well, my problem is that just to be clear, what you're implying is that why would we let an ecosystem balance itself out? Because it might not balance itself out, because we have already intervened in the past and it's no longer in balance. And no matter how much we try to make it in balance again by reintroducing predators or doing whatever, we cannot get it in balance, right? So what you're saying, that since we cannot get it in balance naturally by reintroducing predators, is that we should take it into our hand and control this whole ecosystem so that we get it in balance by us, by hunting, by doing whatever we do, right? Is that what you're implying?
Yeah, we're clearly better at it.
Okay, so but in this situation where you say that that's what you're implying, you're saying we're clearly better at it. The reason why we are introducing predators is because we're clearly not better at it. Because today, I spent a whole day trying to look at cases where we have done this in the past, and all that we have reached is we reached places where we realize we don't know enough. No matter how much we track, no matter how much we do, we don't know enough. So what would be is by
the way, what do you even mean by an ecosystem is unbalanced? Because that word is getting thrown around a lot, and I really don't give a shit if there's 10 times as many squirrels in a forest. What does it mean to be unbalanced? Unless you can show me that there's some sort of existential threat to humanity killing off all these animals, all we really need is trees to exist to suck up
exactly
carbon dioxide to so what does it mean for an ecosystem to be unbalanced?
Well, it means exactly that the fauna gets affected. It's not, as you said, right? Maybe it's not I agree with you that maybe us having this mentality where we say the population of deers or the population of this other animals needs to be in check, right? What I think an ecosystem, the reason why we control ecosystem or why we try to keep them in balance is number one, biodiversity, so that we have more species. I assume you don't care
why
about
do
that.
We want more species?
Because we don't understand already, like, we don't understand enough the reason why some species exist in nature. So why would we, because we have a lack of understanding of it, why would we choose to say, well, we know better, so let's remove species, when that can prove extremely detrimental, right? Number one. And number two, the reason why some of the species, and also why the reason why keeping a high biodiversity is important, is because it can happen that in ecosystems where we remove this balance, that I call it a balance or whatever it is that species tend to overgraze and tend to have fauna being destroyed, and tend to have, they share resources with other species, and other species end up disappearing because of it, right? So
okay,
at the end
so
of the
let me ask you this. Given that human beings are the #1 cause of species extinction and the lack of biodiversity, are you in favor of hunting human beings and killing off
No.
humans so that... Well, why? You literally just said that biodiversity is important, so we should kill off human beings.
But it's not the most important,
protect
is it, right?
biodiversity, right?
Yeah, it's important, but it's not the most important. It's not like, I don't.
Okay,
I
so
don't
when
think,
human beings are the ones destroying biodiversity, killing off species, it's okay. But when other, like, I'm not getting the argument here. So you care about biodiversity. You care about making sure that there isn't too much of one species. Like, is 7 billion humans enough for you? You could argue that there's too many human beings, especially with modern consumption practices.
I'm
So,
sure
like,
there might be,
what's your argument against hunting human beings to protect nature and biodiversity?
I don't think we as humans should hunt anybody. I don't think we as humans should hunt either animals or humans. That's easy, right?
Okay, but humans are the #1 cause of biodiversity loss. So
okay, and can we reduce that biodiversity loss without killing humans? Probably we can.
Apparently
That's what we're
not.
trying to do.
I
Well,
don't know how
apparently-
that's... I don't know how that is possible. That, like, are you going to introduce breeding programs for human beings where people can only have a certain amount of children, like in China? Like the human species
No,
is
of
going to
course not.
continue to grow. We're expected to reach like 10 billion by 2050, or
And then
12
plateau,
billion.
yeah.
So, like, how in the hell are we going to prevent biodiversity loss and loss of wilderness when our population is going to double in the next like 30-40 years?
I don't know. I'm not saying I have the answers.
Well,
but
we
I'm saying-
can't.
Well, we can, but also what you're saying, right? It's that because for the greater good, for the greater of humanity, for the greater of Earth, we should therefore sacrifice certain individuals, which I don't agree with. I don't think it's right to pick and choose, because you say it's for the greater good, and pick and choose certain individuals where you restrict their rights, or then again kill them altogether because you say that's the only way
But
to
you're
do it.
picking and choosing by reintroducing wolves into Yellowstone. Oh, there's too many deer. They're eating too much of the grass. Yeah, let's get
But we
these
can notice
horrible,
that.
vicious predators to kill them. But then when it comes to human beings, oh no, humans can do whatever they want. Can you name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in human beings, it would make it okay to reintroduce a predatory species to kill human beings?
It's funny because Heri and Apuda did exactly the same thing, and I mentioned that I told them exactly the same thing. It's about humans not being part of any ecosystem, or not a part of ecosystem that regulates itself. Whereas a natural ecosystem, is supposed to regulate itself, right? Whereas we as humans regulate, if we are part of any ecosystem, where you would call a city or where we live or whatever, we as humans have the place where we are ecosystem, then that's an ecosystem that we regulate using logic, using data, using all sorts of stuff. But when you take a natural ecosystem, that regulates, it's supposed to regulate itself. That's why we introduce carnivores. That's why we introduce all of this. Well, predators, not carnivores. Sorry.
Look, human habitation is in conflict with the natural world. If we're going to have more human beings on the planet, you're going to need new houses, new building projects, more cities, more farmland.
Yes.
So, I don't understand how you can have these two viewpoints where we have to protect the natural world, protect biodiversity, and prevent overpopulation of certain species. But for some reason, you don't have a problem with humans increasing in population.
Because well, we as humans increasing in population, we can control that, right? I'm not saying controlling the increase of population. What I'm saying is control the factors, as you say, that we would need more land. Because if we as a population become vegan, then all of a sudden, right, we have enough land to do it. If we as a population start designing cities intelligently where we could fit more people into less land, then we can all of a sudden have more population, right? It's not like the only solution is to stop people from multiplying or to kill people or to kill the other thing, right? In the ecosystem where humans create, there are multiple solutions where it doesn't involve killing anybody.
It's I wouldn't call it a solution. If everybody were to go vegan, that would increase food security, but you're still going to need more human habitation. So if you get a population increase, if we were to all go vegan, we could reduce our farmland. But if the population increases, you're going to have to increase farmland. You're also going to have to build new cities, build new road infrastructure, highways, transit systems. All of that is going to have to require knocking down trees. So again, this seems like a double standard where you have this interest in protecting nature, preventing certain species from overpopulating, because for some reason you're worried like elk are eating too much grass or something. But then when human beings are like knocking down trees to build new roads, like that's not a problem.
Okay, so let me, because I think you're putting words in my mouth and I don't like that. So I'm not saying that elk are a problem because they're eating grass or whatever, right? The reason when I say an ecosystem is out of balance is not because elk are eating grass or whatever, is because the things that elk are eating is a finite source. And at the end of that finite source, the way they're eating it, we can calculate and find out that they themselves would end up starving to death because they wouldn't have any resources, or they would have to migrate to different areas where they would consume those resources and thus eliminate other species. The reason why, when species share resources, the problem is the reason why predators have a role in this ecosystem is because predators keep the number of population in check so that they don't overconsume, so that they can still share resources. The minute that one overpopulates, is they use way too many resources. And I understand that that's kind of what we as humans
that's
do.
Not the case in Yellowstone. So again, I don't understand why you have an interest in reintroducing wolves into Yellowstone.
I don't have an interest in reintroducing wolves in Yellowstone. Let me be clear, okay? If you say, like, I read about it, I read about the Yellowstone. I didn't go into depth into the Yellowstone case, right? I read about it, but if you say that like the Yellowstone case did not work with reintroducing wolves, that's okay. That maybe that wasn't the solution, right? But the reason why they reintroduced wolves, do you think that the people who reintroduced wolves in Yellowstone just did it for the fun of it, or did they do it because there was an ecological reason for reintroducing wolves? And when I say ecological, I don't mean environment, by the way, just to be clear. I mean ecological, for the sake of the animals and the fauna.
Yeah, and that failed. It did nothing.
It did nothing because it wasn't a good solution, right? Like, we as humans can fail and it can have solutions that are good or solutions that are bad, right?
Well, it did nothing because wolves are not a predatory species that seems to affect the population of elk. Only humans affect the population of elk. Humans are the only ones with poaching that seem to affect the population of elk. So
are you saying that us as humans involving or trying to change an ecosystem has gone wrong? Is not working? Is that what you're implying?
No, what I'm implying is, why in the fuck would you want wolves to exist in Yellowstone if you have knowledge beforehand that they have no benefit? So, like, in any case where we know that there is no benefit to having a carnivorous species in a given ecosystem, why would you want carnivorous animals to exist?
So let me explain exactly why. So I didn't go in depth into this one, okay? Without wolves, and this is specifically about the Yellowstone, without wolves to control the population, elk numbers increased dramatically. This led to overgrazing of willow and aspen trees, which in turn degraded habitats for other species such as beavers and songbirds. Okay, so that's why. That's it.
Yeah, so that didn't happen. By the way, Alan Savory made the same mistake. He had this analysis that elephants were overgrazing and they were destroying a number of the flora and fauna in Africa. And he encouraged this mass fucking culling of elephants. And it turned out he was totally wrong. And elephants weren't actually overgrazing. And he actually, again, said later in one of his TED Talks that was a massive mistake. And he was responsible for killing thousands and thousands of elephants. So
what you're saying is, yet again, humans intervening in the ecosystem is not okay.
So the point I'm making is, let's just assume for the sake of argument, we know for a fact a carnivorous species has no benefit in an ecosystem. It doesn't reduce prey populations. It doesn't change their behaviors. And eliminating them would not cause some sort of existential threat to certain species. It wouldn't cause overgrazing where an entire species will end up starving to death. It doesn't do any of that. They're just filling in a useless ecological niche. Why would you have a problem with eliminating that species when you know all they're doing is just torturing and murdering other animals?
So what you're saying is an if towards all that, right? Because I don't want to be...
Well, that's where we're talking about a principle here, and we're talking about ethics, so it doesn't matter if it's hypothetical, but what's your response? Like, what's your answer to that?
In a hypothetical scenario where we could remove one species, as you say, and there would be absolutely no ecological disaster, and we as a human beings have already evolved, have some full understanding of nature, and nothing will happen otherwise, then I don't think I have a problem with it necessarily. I still think it's a bit of a supremacist view. But we agree, because we get to the same point where this argument of culling predators is highly unpractical, because this situation that you mentioned, where we have all the variables and we know for a fact that it would never ever impact any ecosystem, is non-existent. So why should we right now tell people kill spiders? Why should we right now tell people to kill predators? Why do you think it's ethical for a person now to go and kill lions just because they think, well, lions are predators?
I'm actually relatively confident that we could eliminate all lions without any serious consequences. But again, we have a circumstance like in Yellowstone where we do have all these facts together, that we could wipe out all wolves from Yellowstone, nothing bad would happen. So
you can relocate them, don't kill them.
You agree that if nothing bad would happen, we should eliminate carnivorous animals. So
we'll relocate them, yeah.
Well, okay. Again, I don't know how you're going to relocate thousands and thousands and thousands, and in some cases probably millions of animals, and put them in some sort of habitat where they're fed like some sort of specialized vegan diet. If we could do that, great. But if we couldn't do that, why would you have an issue with killing them off?
The reason why I'd have an issue with killing off is because it's exactly the same ethical principle that we do with animal agriculture, right? We intervene in an ecosystem, we destabilize it, then we try to stabilize it by introducing an animal, right? Because that's exactly the case that you're mentioning. And in this case, where we reintroduce an animal, that animal multiplied, it did not stabilize the ecosystem as we thought. And all of a sudden we say, okay, well, let's fuck up, let's remove this animal because we reintroduced them in the first place, right? So us playing God in ecosystems, I don't think that's the right thing to do. I don't know.
So you think it's okay, you're ignoring what I just said. So
no, I'm not ignoring what you just said. I'm saying that there is
it had nothing to do with what I just said. So I just asked you, in the case of Yellowstone, if the only practical solution to getting rid of wolves would be killing them, why would you be against that, knowing that they have no useful purpose in Yellowstone for, balancing the ecosystem?
Does a wolf deserve to live less than elk?
Yes, because they're carnivorous.
But so a wolf deserves to live less than an elk because they were born
because they're carnivorous
in a certain way.
Yes.
So isn't that a species attitude?
So
where you say because the species is carnivorous?
So you could say this about anything. you could say, does Hitler have less of a reason to live than any Jew? Well, if you grew up in the same circumstances as Hitler, if you were some autistic weirdo who had a fucked up family history, who was manipulated by like some crazy racist dude who believed in this Aryan race, you would be the same as Hitler. So does Hitler have any less of a right to live than anybody else? You could make this deterministic argument about anyone or anything. So,
but I'm not making a deterministic argument. You're making a deterministic argument.
The fact is, through circumstances of genetics and social factors that Hitler had no control over, he became a monster. Through genetic factors and social factors that wolves have no control over, they become monsters. Why would I have a problem with killing Hitler? Why would I have a problem with killing wolves? We are all products of our environment and our genetics, and we are the way we are because of factors outside of our control. So, yes, given that wolves, regardless if they have agency or not, are carnivorous and they're going to brutally murder other animals, they do not deserve to live as much as an elk.
But you're assuming that the universe is deterministic, right? Whereas we have no proof of a deterministic universe, right? So what
we have no proof of the deterministic universe. Were you not the one who just argued that wolves have no moral agency and they're just going to do it because like they're forced to?
Yes, but wolves have no moral
agency. So
you
believe in determinism.
That's not determinism. But that's not determinism, is it?
So you're telling me a wolf is going to just decide to go vegan and eat like go find like some person who owns a vegan pet and steal vegan dog food so it can live a vegan life?
Dude, that's exactly what I'm saying. That wolves don't have a choice.
Yeah,
Hitler had a choice.
You believe in
that's
so then
the
you
opposite
believe in
of
determinism. So then you believe in determinism. You just
No,
admitted wolves have no
determinism.
choice. They have no moral agency. They can't make these decisions. So you're the one making this argument, not me. You're admitting there is a deterministic truth that wolves are going to kill other animals. So if that's the case, and we know these are this is a deterministic reality, wolves will be vicious monsters. Why would you want vicious monsters to exist?
Okay. Well, determinism only applies for animals that don't have agency. Then I'll say this way because I don't think we'll ever reach an agreement on this one, right? I don't think this is a deterministic argument.
You could say that about people with mental health issues. Hitler clearly had mental health issues. Some people argue he may have actually been schizophrenic with how paranoid he was. So you could say Hitler, because of his autism, schizophrenia, mental health issues, all the decisions he made were not necessarily his choice to make. So again, I don't have a problem with killing Hitler either way, whether he chose to be a complete cunt or if he's just a cunt because through like no fault of his own. I'd kill Hitler. I'd kill a wolf, whether they have no choice to kill and eat a deer or whether they make the choice to kill and eat a deer. I don't know what difference it makes.
The difference is, does Hitler understand morality?
Okay, if Hitler did not understand morality, would you have a problem with killing Hitler?
If Hitler didn't understand morality, I would have a problem with Hitler coming into power.
Okay, if Hitler did not understand morality, and you had the choice to kill Hitler either before he came into power, after he came into power, and that was the only way you could prevent the Holocaust, would you have a problem with killing Hitler?
No, I wouldn't have a problem.
So then this is a non-issue. Whether we have agency, whether we have free will, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, there are people that are horrible monsters. There are animals that are horrible monsters. And whether it's through decisions they've made on their own or deterministic truths, either way, they have qualities that we do not like. And the only way to get rid of them, the only practical way to get rid of them is to kill them. So whether they have agency or not, whether free will exists or not, it's a non-issue. We've just proven it doesn't matter. So again, why would you have an issue with killing off wolves in Yellowstone, knowing that they have no useful purpose and all they're doing is torturing and murdering animals?
Because
Because they're cute and pretty and they look like dogs.
no, I don't have any issue. First of all, I don't think because they're cute and pretty. I don't think wolves are cute or pretty in any way. First of all, the reason why I come back to the same thing, because if you ask me, yes, if Hitler deserved to live just as much as any other person deserved to live, but the fact that Hitler deserved to live doesn't justify the actions that he did, does it? Right? Doesn't mean that I wouldn't otherwise kill Hitler to stop him from doing
are
what
you
he's
saying
doing.
Hitler deserved to live?
Just as much as any other person on this earth, yes. But to the
Why?
fact of being an individual.
Why would you say that? Knowing Hitler killed 10 million people, including Jews, in the Holocaust alone.
I said it doesn't justify the actions that he did. Do you understand that?
Okay, if like we have the luxury of knowing history, somebody who put 10 million people into gas chambers, you're saying he deserved to live?
I'm saying before he did all that, he deserved to live, right? I'm saying
Well, we have the luxury of understanding history. We know what he did. So why would a guy who would go on to kill 10 million people in gas chambers, why the hell does he deserve to live?
I don't think he deserves to live. I don't think he deserves to do, I don't think his actions are justified. I repeat, can you separate yourself from the idea that your actions are not necessarily justified just because you, I might deserve to live.
Let me ask you this. If you could go back in time and kill Hitler as a baby, would you do it?
I don't know if I could do it, but obviously I would want to do it if that's what you're asking.
Okay, so you would want to kill Hitler when he was a baby?
I would want to stop Hitler. Yes, I would want to stop Hitler. That's what I want.
Wait. If you could go back in time and I don't know, maybe you're like some kind of baby fetishist and you have problems with killing babies, but if you could send someone back in time like me who has no problem with killing babies, if you could send me back in time to kill baby Hitler, would you do it?
I mean, I guess, because I know for a fact I would send you back in time with the sole instructions to stop Hitler first and foremost.
Well,
right?
no, if the only way to do it was to kill Hitler.
Wait. But this doesn't work in your argument, does it? Because what you mentioned is the fact that we live in a deterministic universe, right? So Hitler became the reason why he became, because it was because of external circumstances. So if I send you there as an external circumstance, that means that you can change the course of history by not killing Hitler, can you not? So he can become a different person. You can stop all the atrocities.
Well, no, let's say the time machine only worked in a way where I can only go back once for one day. So there's no circumstances for which I can change that would significantly alter Hitler's life trajectory. So the only thing I could do was kill baby Hitler. Would you send me back in time to kill baby Hitler?
Of course I would want you to. Yeah, of course I would want Hitler to be stopped if that's what you're asking.
Okay, no, that's not what I'm asking. Would you send me back in time to kill baby Hitler?
If I would want you to stop Hitler, if the only way for you to do that is by killing them, then I would say yes, go back in time and still kill Hitler. Again, I repeat.
Okay, so if you're fine with killing a baby before he does anything wrong, knowing in the future he will do something very wrong, why would you have a problem with killing wolves knowing in the future they're going to do something wrong?
Because I don't think that a wolf killing another animal is wrong.
Sorry, why would a wolf killing another, why would that be not wrong?
Because they're doing it for survival. They have to survive, right?
Okay, so if I were to say, if I were to, I don't know.
Can you think about the hypothetical? I have to go pee right now. Just think of a hypothetical meanwhile, because it's clear that we're going
okay, well, why don't you just go take a pee real quick, and then I'll ask you some more questions, because
but can we
I don't think this I'm not going to need a hypothetical. I'm just going to ask you another clarifying question.
Okay, better.
Well, apparently Hitler deserved to live, but he'd be willing to kill him as a baby. How are you
But
doing?
not
Heri?
horrific, not animals that are gonna horrifically rip apart others. Doing good, vegan games. Nice to meet you in video for the first time, man.
Yeah, Apuda. I'm not familiar with who you are, but what's up, dude?
Good. I'm doing good. I'm familiar with you. I've been watching your videos since forever. I really miss your skits though.
Yeah. I've got a few video ideas where I might bring some skits back.
Yep.
This is kind of an insane discussion.
Yeah, I
he
mean,
seems to just be an ideologue.
so we already went over some of the fun. Like we ran in the trade with like chupacabras and stuff like that, killing humans, and he's like, we've gotten enough to know that there are like fundamental value differences. So that's
Right. Okay. So you said it's okay to kill for survival. So, what do you mean by that? So, I mean, do you mean survive for 1 day, 10 days? Are there certain contexts in which something couldn't be considered survival? So, say if I were to not want to buy food from a grocery store, if I had no other food option because for whatever reason I just don't want to buy food from a grocery store, could I argue that killing an animal in the forest would be justified because of survival?
No, because you have options, right? It's not a survival situation.
Okay,
Survival
so
situation
if
implies
there's
there's no
some
other
other
option.
right, so if there's some other option, so let's say the only other food I had to eat were gross spiders. Would it be justified to kill deer because the only other food option is icky spiders that taste bad?
What do you mean? You would be killing spiders otherwise, right? It's the same. Why would it be?
Well,
You
spiders have a lower degree of sentience. Maybe I could say, what if there was like this, I don't know, berry out in the woods that really, really tasted bad, and it like nearly made me vomit, and eating
doesn't
it like
matter
was so literally, if there's any
if
other
it's
option.
exactly. It doesn't matter if you like the option or not, right? If it's survival, if you have to survive if you have to
Okay,
kill to survive,
and
then I would say morality is
and
kind of thrown out the window in that
okay, and
situation,
what do you
isn't it?
mean by survival? Because you could, in theory, survive several months without eating.
There you go. Survive several months without eating, and if you're left at a point where you would otherwise die without eating, then you do what you have to do to survive, right?
Okay,
At the end of the day.
so survival is anything you would do at a moment in which you have no other choice, or you're just gonna like
Yeah.
keel over, die.
There is absolutely no other choice other than you killing a sentient individual. Then I guess it's some form or another justified because it's your life versus their life, right? So why would you assume that their life is worth more than yours? And you, as a sentient individual, would always try to protect your life more than others. I would say everybody kind of
Okay,
tries to do
so
that.
then by definition, wolves don't kill for survival.
So by definition, wolves don't kill. Well, they kill from instinct, but the instinct is of survival, isn't it?
So they don't, by definition, kill for survival.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you just define survival as doing something you would absolutely have to do in a given moment to avoid death. A wolf hunting a animal is not something they have to do in any given moment to avoid death. They're hunting to be comfortable. They're not eating the minimum amount of food possible to survive. So by definition, it wouldn't be survival, it would be for comfort. So the avoidance of hunger.
Well, the hunger mechanism, right, is a mechanism that is instinctively to avoid dying out of hunger. The reason why we have this signal is for that. So for
Right,
like the wolves don't know any better. The wolves don't know that they can't survive without killing. They don't know, do they? So
right,
what
but
they
by
do
definition,
is
they don't kill for survival. So therefore, their killing is unethical.
it can't be their killing can't be unethical when they don't know whether they can or cannot kill, right? It can't be like, it can't be that something you do is unethical if that's the only thing you can do.
You just gave me an example of survival being something that you would need to do in a given moment to avoid death. So most of the killing that wolves do is not something that they would have to do in any given moment to avoid death. It's to avoid hunger, avoid the pain of hunger.
But you agree that
sometimes they kill for fun. Sometimes they just want to eat more and fatten up because they know, like, maybe later on they're not going to be able to get food, so they'll try to fatten up as much as they can. By definition, that wouldn't be survival. So by your definition, that killing would be unethical.
Well, that is how they survive. What do you mean that wouldn't be survival? That is what their definition of survival is. That is the definition that has been inscribed into their genes as surviving. For wolves, surviving doesn't mean being hungry all to the point until you're almost dying. For wolves, surviving means that. And maybe for us humans, biologically, it's the same. Maybe biologically it's the same. But the difference that we as humans can judge better, we know better, we know that we can survive, we know that hunger is just an instinct and we can surpass our instincts, right? We don't have to give in to our instincts, whereas animals don't have a choice but to give in to their instincts.
Okay, so let's say vampires
lack of choice.
Right, so let's say vampires existed and they have this insane thirst for blood. It's just an instinct and they have to go out and kill people and drink blood. This is an insatiable thirst that they have no control over. They may drink blood and kill people more than they have to because there's this thirst mechanism. Is it ethical for the vampire to go out and murder human beings?
In a system, in their own system, and if they are conscious of ethics, right? I would assume that they are conscious of ethics, right? The vampires, right?
No.
Are conscious of ethics.
No,
they're not. So they're just like any other predator that would otherwise kill humans, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
They're just a predator to humans. Is it ethical for a predator to humans to kill a human? I wouldn't say that if a bear attacks a human being, we should kill that bear. Right? I would try to stop them, but if that bear attacked a human being, I wouldn't put that bear in jail or try to kill the bear afterwards, because that wouldn't serve any purpose, would it? I would try to track that bear and keep them from not killing other animals.
Right. So if there was a bear that ran into a vegan restaurant, so most of the people in this vegan restaurant are probably vegan, you would do nothing to prevent that bear from killing human beings who are vegan.
Of course, I would do something for. So listen, okay.
So let's say you are a base Chad who is in support of 2A rights, and you carry a 44 Magnum on you. You wouldn't shoot the bear as he's ripping apart somebody in the restaurant.
Of course, I would. That's not the point.
So you kill a bear
in self-defense.
Okay, you'd kill a bear in self-defense to protect a human being.
Yes.
You wouldn't kill a bear in self-defense to protect a deer.
No, because that wouldn't be self-defense. There's no self.
That would be, well, technically it's not self-defense because you're actually preventing a bear from killing somebody else. So you don't have any, you can just choose to let the bear rip apart another human being. So it's not technically self-defense, it's in defense of somebody else. So you'd be fine with killing a bear to protect somebody in a restaurant who's vegan. Why would you not kill a bear to protect a deer that's vegan by nature? I don't think deer are really.
He would kill the bear to just save one human, because earlier he said that the threshold is 2. That if a non-moral agent was killing just one being, he wouldn't intervene. It would be unethical to intervene. But if he was killing 2 beings or more, he would intervene.
No, not
so that contradicts what you said earlier.
Not when it comes to humans. I never said it to humans, did I? I said it. I said it if there's a chupacabra. That's what you were saying, right? If there's a chupacabra, no, I'm not going back to that. I'm not going back to that. It's already been 3 hours.
No, the specific hypothetical the specific hypothetical was referring to was the a human being mind controlled to hack another human into pieces with a machete, you said you wouldn't intervene if it was just one human. But if it was two humans, you would intervene.
If there's a human being mind controlled to kill somebody, yes. If there's a human being mind controlled, what I said, and I'll repeat, is that I would intervene. But the question whether it is moral or not, when a human being is being mind controlled to kill another human being, then I would say it's just as bad to kill the human being that's mind controlled versus the one that is going to die. Because who's to say, like, right? None of them are deciding to be in the position that they are, right? None of them choose to kill this animal. Why would it be?
Yeah, that's
like,
right. So you said it would be bad. You say it would be bad to kill the machete wielding human to save the other human. That's what you said. It would be bad. You would do it, but it would be bad.
I'm saying that I don't, like, what I said eventually is that I don't know whether it is moral or not. That's what I'm saying, because who's to say that it is more moral for me to kill the person who's doing the killing, who is mind controlled, or because they're innocent when they're doing the killing and they're mind controlled, they're innocent because of that. Who's to say that it's better to kill that person versus the other person who's also innocent, right? Like, that's my point. That was my point in that whole conversation. I don't know which one is.
So you will be agnostic about whether or not it would be good to save the human from being hacked into pieces. But in the bear situation, you would also not know if it would be the hypothetical that Richard provided. You wouldn't know if it would be ethical to kill the bear to save the human.
I in a bear situation, if a bear would be attacking a human being, then it serves a lot of questions, right? Like whether it's ethical or not. Like if a human being goes into a bear hub, like where they sleep, then I don't think it's. I mean, obviously, I would try.
No,
I don't know.
the hypothetical was in a vegan restaurant. It was in a vegan restaurant. It was
okay,
one human being. Would you be agnostic about whether or not it would be a good thing to kill the bear to save one human?
Would I be agnostic whether it's good to kill the bear to save one human? No, I think it's so if the situation is between one bear and one human, again, I would definitely save the human, 100%. That's what I would do. But if I would think about the morality of it, then the bear is innocent in this case, right? So I would try to stop them. Would my action, would me killing the bear be a moral thing? I wouldn't call me killing a bear to save a human being moral at any point in time. I still think it's immoral to take the life of the bear.
Unless it was two humans, right? If it's two humans, then it would be moral to kill the bear.
No, that's what I'm saying, because that's the thing about morality, isn't it? Like, it wouldn't. Okay, maybe let me see. If it's two humans, they're saying that if the bear attacks two humans,
Jesus Christ,
the only way to save the two humans was by using lethal force. Would it be ethical to shoot the bear?
If the only way is to do that, I think it's the least non-ethical way, if that's what we're saying. I don't necessarily think killing a bear is ethical. I think it's the least non-ethical. Has the least amount of ethical issues. Can we say that? I don't think it's necessarily reaches the threshold where it's all of a sudden ethical to do so.
Okay.
Okay, man. So I just thought you contradicted something you said earlier, but okay, that's consistent. Richard,
okay,
go on,
so if that's the best outcome, to kill a bear to prevent them from killing a vegan, why would you have a problem with killing a bear to save a deer?
Why would I have a problem for killing a bear to save a deer?
And if you think it'd be wrong for you to kill a bear to save a deer, then name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a human being would make it okay to let a bear kill and eat a human being.
I think it's wrong to kill anybody, first of all. I don't think killing is
even Hitler. It's wrong to kill Hitler.
If that's the only way to stop Hitler, right? Well, you keep bringing it back to Hitler, and I'll bring it. I'll make it very clear about Hitler. I make it very, very clear about Hitler. Okay, if the only way to stop Hitler was to kill him, I think you should definitely kill him. But if there's another way where you can stop Hitler without killing them, then stop Hitler without killing him, right? Would you say, like, if let me ask you this: if you could stop Hitler without killing him or stop Hitler by killing him, which one would you choose? Both of them, stop him at exactly the same time instantly.
I'd kind of just want to kill him anyway.
If we could force him to be vegan or something, and like incarcerate him, maybe I choose the non-lethal force. But yeah,
I don't know. Maybe incarcerate him. I don't like. Right. I don't like the idea of killing. I just don't. I don't like killing. I don't think it's. I agree that sometimes it's needed. There are situations where it's needed to stop certain atrocities from happening. Right. But when it comes to, and that's obviously when it comes to humans, there is a certain thing where we as humans, when we talk about morality, right? If I accidentally run an animal with my car versus I intentionally go and steer towards the animal, there's an obviously different moral value towards my action.
Right. But what would be the issue with killing a bear to save a deer? And if you are against killing the bear to save the deer, then name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a human being would make it okay to let a bear kill and eat a human being.
I honestly, I don't know. I don't know if it would be ethical for me to kill a bear to save a deer. I don't know. I'm agnostic, just like I'm agnostic about, like again, if there's two innocent people, I don't know
look,
if it would be ethical for me.
Look, I don't think that's a really satisfying answer. Like, I mean, if we were debating a carnist whether or not it's okay to kill and eat animals, and they say, I don't know, but they still hold this position at the end of the debate that, yeah, I'm still in favor of eating animals. I don't know why, but whatever. Like, that's just not a satisfying answer. So you're going to have to actually give us an explanation either way.
But my explanation is, it's the same as in the context of humans, right? If you have two innocent people trying to kill each other for whatever reason, right, out of context, right, let's just put it this way, there's a rock coming between two people and you can only save one person. There's a rock that's falling and it's going to crush two people and you can only run and save one person. Who are you to decide which person deserves to live, right? I would say both of them deserves to live equally, right? I'm throwing a hypothetical out there too, right? So in the scenario where there's an animal versus another animal who are both innocent, it's the same scenario in my head.
Well,
right? Yes,
the bear isn't innocent because we know it's going to kill other animals. So I don't see how that.
But every time the bear,
the proper analogy here would be if there's a rock about to kill two people, one person's a serial killer, one person is not a serial killer. Who do you save? I'm going to save the person who isn't the serial killer.
Yeah, for sure. Probably. Yeah. Actually, not for sure. Yeah, for sure. I would do that. Yes. But if we're bringing it back to the let's put it this way, like let me explain why I think it's not the same. Because if you have the rock is about to drop on two people, right, and one of them is a vegan and a bodybuilder, and the other is a vegan and not a bodybuilder, right, and the vegan bodybuilder will obviously consume more calories, therefore more crop deaths, whereas a vegan that's not a bodybuilder will consume less calories and there's less crop deaths. Which one would you save?
The bodybuilder.
You would save the bodybuilder. You see why? Because
I think the bodybuilder is actually generating less harm. They're creating a greater demand for human habitation. So I would preferentially save the bodybuilder. The vegan bodybuilder probably also may, if all else is equal, be more effective for animal rights, because a better looking muscular vegan is probably going to convince more people to go vegan than some normal dipshit.
So, but you see, you have what the justifications that you brought up there were things that you don't have any data to back up on any of this, right? There's no way of you saying that when you say, because at the end of the day, what you're saying is that,
well, I don't really care because this has nothing to do with anything. So again, why would you be against killing a bear when it's about to kill a deer, but you're in favor of killing the bear when it's about to kill a human being? So you haven't given us an explanation.
I mean, I think I said this at the beginning also. If I would see a bear attacking a deer, I would obviously try to stop that from happening, right? I would.
Well, you're not going to stay for the rest of your life around this bear. So
yeah,
you can either make a decision to kill the bear or, I don't know, scare it off by throwing rocks at it, and then it's just going to go on to kill another animal. So again, knowing the bear is in fact going to kill more animals in its lifetime, why would you have a problem with killing a bear if it's about to kill a deer, but you wouldn't have a problem with killing a bear if it's about to kill a human being?
Why would I have a problem if the bear is about to kill? Because let's assume that this bear, because I'll come back to this, right? The bear, if I see the bear in a city, I would assume that probably the bear is going to be dangerous. So what I will try to do is try to keep the bear away from humans, right?
The bear is dangerous to other animals, like the deer. So again, this
not
this
necessarily. Bears are omnivorous, right?
They kill animals. They kill animals, dude. So again, answer the question. If you're fine with killing a bear to save a human being, why do you have a problem with killing a bear to save a deer?
I'm trying to think I'm trying to understand the logic in my head why that is happening. Okay, so now that's why I keep bringing it up.
We can take a moment.
It's not.
Well, just stop changing the topic. Just like actually make an argument.
But part of it is part of the I wasn't changing the topic. The other stuff were part of the argument itself on why I see that. Obviously, there is some form of bias towards me protecting humans versus protecting other animals, number one, right? But I wouldn't necessarily go down that route and say that I'm a speciesist, because I don't want to be a speciesist, right? I don't want to be that. So that means that with depending on, like this isn't a case of what I would do, but rather what I think is moral to do, right? So in the case of, as I said before, when in the case of an animal attacking a human, if the only way to stop them is to kill them, I would kill them, right? But if in that case an animal attacking another animal, the only way for me to stop them is to also kill that animal, then yeah, for some reason I think, well, not for some reason, let me think. I'm very tired. I'm very tired. It's been 3 hours.
Well,
let me think.
Look, violence has to be justified, right? So if you're going to say I'm fine with violence being committed against an animal, but I'm not fine with violence being committed against a human being, but you can't explain why you're fine with violence being committed against an animal, then like I don't see how you justify that position. Like if I was arguing with MeatEater, like Isaac Butterfield, when I debated him, he said this: I literally can't think of a reason for why it's okay to kill and eat animals. If that's your position, then you're going to have to admit that, okay, it's wrong to kill animals until I can come up with some sort of reason. I think at this point,
but I did say
any reason for why you have this difference in treatment, you're going to have to admit it's wrong for animals to kill other animals.
But I did say it's wrong for animals to. I do think animals being killed is wrong. I just don't think that it's
well.
Wrong
you didn't.
For
you
the animal
you didn't. You actually said it's okay to kill for survival, so you didn't.
Okay, let me rephrase it again, because I think I don't think, and I mentioned this. Wait, I fucking mentioned. You see, I'm fucking tired. I'm done. Okay, after this, I'm done, because I'm getting tired, and the words are coming back into me, and they're playing back against my friend. Okay, what I said in the context of a bear attacking a human being is pretty clear. I said, okay, I would probably intervene and help the human, but whether I think that is moral or not, as I said, I think it's just as immoral as it is when there are two people. That's why how we got into that whole situation. Okay, when there are two people. Okay, if both of them are people actioning that are not moral agents, they're in a situation where they don't know what they're doing is right or wrong. If both of them are innocent and one of them is about to die, whether that's people or whether that's animals, I don't think it's moral to intervene or to be all of a sudden you choose which one it is. But that's different from what I would do, right? That's what I'm saying. What I think is moral isn't necessarily what I would do also, okay? And it is consistent in the case of animals.
We're
as
asking
well as
you about what you think is moral, so this is kind of a dodge.
There you go.
So I don't know why you're like, look, if you're going to retroactively go back and say, oh, everything I said was bullshit, I didn't answer honestly.
I didn't. That's exactly what I said. What I said about the humans was exactly this.
Debate moral principles. If you're going to say, oh, well, I would do this, but I don't think that's actually moral, and you're just going to retroactively go back and say, oh, every answer I gave actually isn't honest. I was talking about something completely different.
But that's what I'm saying. The answer that I gave was this one in the beginning. That's the answer that I gave in the situation where a bear would attack a human being. That's exactly what I said. I don't think it's ethical or moral.
So do you think it's moral or not? So do you think it's moral or not to kill a bear to save a human?
No, it's not moral to kill a bear to save a human.
Do you think it's moral to kill a human to save a human?
This situation will depend if this human has bad intent or not, right? If there's this
Do
whole
you think
thing,
a
right?
bear has good intentions when it's killing anything?
I think the bear doesn't understand the idea of good intentions or bad intentions.
Well, we already covered this.
Yeah, we
Moral
already covered this.
agency it has no bearing on this topic. So a bear doesn't have good intentions when it's killing anything, whether it be a deer or a human. So if you'd be fine with killing a human to save a human, but you wouldn't be fine with killing a bear to save a human, name the trait that's lacking in an animal that, if lacking in a human, would make it okay for a bear to kill a human.
I already said moral agency. You just don't like that answer.
Well, we've covered this topic already. So if moral agency is the point, assuming we live in a deterministic universe where we likely do.
No,
would
assuming
that
we live in a
mean-
deterministic universe, because I don't agree to a deterministic universe. If we live
Well,
in a
you do.
deterministic universe, but I don't agree. Well, I don't think my actions are deterministic. I don't think what I'm saying right now is already predefined. I don't think anything that comes out of my
So,
mouth right now is
First of all,
predefined.
okay, so first of all, you agreed that determinism does in fact apply to animals. So even if you don't think it applies to humans generally, you did
I
admit
don't think
that.
I don't think determinism. Let me. Okay, I'm sorry if I said that. Okay, but what I'm saying is not that determinism applies to animals. What I'm saying is that animals don't have. They do have choices. Animals do have choices and do make choices. What I'm saying is that animals don't make logical choices. They don't make moral choices like we do.
I don't know how you could possibly argue that. Like, look, we don't
Yeah,
have we don't have infinite free will. We can't live forever. We can't explore the universe. Even if we do have a capacity to make choice, our choice is clearly severely limited. That's certainly the case with animals. We know for a fact that if a bear exists, it's going to kill other animals. So if we already know the outcome, we do, at least to some extent, live in a deterministic universe. We can make predictions that also suggest determinism. People will kill other people. That's just a reality. There are going to be people with mental health issues. There are going to be people with mental health issues like Hitler, who likely suffered from schizophrenia, and you could easily argue that many of his decisions weren't true decisions that were made of his own accord. You could say his mental health issues kind of drove him to do certain things, particularly when it came to absurd military decisions that made absolutely no sense, like attacking Russia because he had severe paranoia. So, look, I don't know what, like, if you're going to admit, if Hitler did not have the capacity to make choices and had no moral agency, but you'd be okay with killing Hitler.
I don't say that.
I don't know why. I don't know why. Let's just say if we lived in a deterministic universe, just for the sake of argument, would you have a problem with killing Hitler?
If we lived in a deterministic universe, would I have a problem with killing Hitler? No, obviously not.
So what does this do for you? Nothing. If we live in a deterministic universe, if we live in either universe, a deterministic universe and a universe where choice exists, in either case, you're going to have a preference. So you're going to have a preference to, say, reduce the amount of rights violations that are taking place. I don't know what moral agency is doing for you in the circumstance that's changing the moral landscape. So if we know a bear is going to kill multiple animals throughout its existence, including, in this case, a human being, why would you care if a bear is making a choice or not, is a product of determinism or not? You have a certain set of preferences to reduce rights violations. So again, why is it okay, in your opinion, to kill a... I don't even know because you keep going back and forth. Like, are you okay with killing a bear to save a human, or are you not?
I said, so are you asking me if it's moral? And I said, it's not moral. It's not moral to kill a bear to save a human. I don't think it's moral.
Okay.
Because you keep asking, the reason why I keep coming back and
because of
forth
the
is
moral
you're asking me if
agency.
I'm okay.
So
Yeah,
because of the moral agency. Okay, so if we lived in a let's just say the bear has choice and it's making a choice to kill a
Moral
human when it doesn't
decision.
have to, would it be okay? Yeah, it's making a moral decision. Would you be okay with killing the bear?
Yeah, if the bear understands morality and it's making a moral decision to kill a human being, that I would be okay to stopping somebody from having a bad intent on killing somebody else, whether that's animal to animal or human to human or human to animal. Or animal to human.
So how does moral agency change your preference in the outcome? Like
It's
what are
intent.
you what are you trying to get out of an outcome?
Well, first of all, it's like we started from a whole different argument and we got to this, okay?
Well, that's
And
fine. What are you trying to get out of the outcome? Like, what do you want to see?
Out of the outcome, when I see a bear attacking a human being, what is it that I want to see out of that outcome? That's what you're asking me, right? Like, what is it that I think the best moral outcome would be?
Yeah, what's the best moral outcome if a bear is attacking a human being?
If the bear, if we're in a hypothetical universe where the bear has moral agency, then I would say, and the bear attacks a human being, then I would say that the human being is innocent, the bear is guilty. Therefore, so for me, my threshold is innocence or guiltiness. That's what it is. If somebody is innocent, then they deserve to live just as much as somebody else who is innocent.
So if we know this bear is innocent in the way that it doesn't have moral agency, kills a human being, fucks off, goes back to the forest, kills a deer, goes to a convenience store, steals some Snickers bars, goes back to the forest, kills another deer, goes back to the same convenience store. The convenience store clerk tries to shoo it off with a broomstick, kills that convenience store clerk, goes back to the forest. Like it's just going to keep killing things. So, like, okay, you could say the bear is innocent because it doesn't understand moral agency, but what outcome do you want to see? Like, do you really want an animal that's innocent to keep killing other animals?
Do I really want an animal that kills that's innocent to kill other animals? I don't want. If you're asking me if I want suffering to happen in the wild, of course I'd rather there wouldn't be. But I also understand, again, we come back to the practicability issue of it, right? We can throw
We're not talking
hypotheticals
about
all day long.
we're not talking about whether or not something's practical. We're just talking about moral principles now.
Okay,
So,
we're talking about moral principles.
Let's go back to the Hitler analogy. Let's say Hitler,
Let's
say Hitler was a bear, but it was a super intelligent bear that, you know, talked about how Jews were evil, and then everybody's like, "Hey, this bear's onto something," and this bear lacked moral agency. Would you have a problem with killing this bear that wants to eradicate the earth of Jews?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry. I got lost.
So
in the
let's
whole
say
idea
there was a
that
bear
Hitler
that
is a
came.
bear.
Let's say there was a bear that came from the woods that could speak German, and it had the same lack of moral agency that all other bears have. The only difference is it could speak German and was very intelligent. And for some reason, this bear really hated Jews, and he started talking to Germans about how Jews are evil and they're ruining the country. And everybody was like, "Wow, a talking bear, and he's making a lot of sense." And this bear became the leader of Germany, and he convinced people to round Jews up into concentration camps. Would you have a problem with killing this bear that lacked moral agency?
So this bear lacks moral agency, but can all of a sudden become okay?
Yeah, that's right.
It's an hypothetical. What does lacking moral agency? I think we need to define that before I respond
well,
to this. What does lacking moral agency
use
mean?
moral agency as your own as the trait.
Okay.
So I think you understand what moral agency is.
Okay, but then I come back to the same thing. You can't throw a hypothetical where you say this bear is lacking moral agency and yet makes a moral claim where he says that Jews are bad, right?
Well, he's not
bear lacks moral agency. He can't make moral claims.
You can make moral claims, but lack moral agency. You just don't understand what those claims mean.
Okay, so a bear that is Hitler, that is supposed to kill millions of people, obviously I would say it's moral to kill the bear, if that's what you're asking me. Yes.
So then moral agency is doing nothing here. You're just looking for
Well,
certain outcomes of reducing rights
not in the
violations.
moral. Well, in a situation, in the hypothetical you threw, yeah, probably moral agency doesn't really make a lot of sense, but in other situations it could.
What's the difference?
What's the difference?
Like, what's the symmetry breaker here? Like, the only difference I see is the talking bear that becomes the leader of Germany is just killing many, many Jews, whereas the bear that's living in the woods is just killing many animals and maybe a few humans.
What's the intent of the bear?
Well, we know the intent of the bear. It has no moral agency. It's just going on instinct. And for whatever reason, the German bear leader is just going on instinct and has an instinct to kill Jews. So,
and there's such a thing as an instinct that detects somebody's religion, and it doesn't really matter if that person switches religion, all of a sudden there's a different thing, right?
Well, no, Judaism is an ethno-religion, so even if somebody isn't religiously Jewish, Germans would still kill Jews based on ethnicity.
I mean ethnically. So this bear has a hate for, just wants to kill. Oh my God, such a hard hypothetical. I would say, yeah, like in this system that you posed, it's obviously it would be moral to kill the bear.
But what's the symmetry breaker?
Well,
because you still seem.
I know. The symmetry breaker is that a bear in Germany, being the leader of Germany, is not part of any ecosystem, whereas a bear in the woods is part of an ecosystem.
Okay. I don't like what the fuck does that matter?
Well, it matters for the same reason, right? It matters for the same reason because what you said is that we as humans should not intervene with ecosystem. Well, you said we should intervene, but we said that when we intervene, things go fuck up. Like I also didn't get that whole position, but what you're saying is that what I'm saying is that ecosystems should be left to thrive and behave as they do behave, and we as humans should not intervene in that ecosystem, right? That's what I'm saying.
But supposing the bear doesn't have any useful part to play in the ecosystem, you'd be fine with killing the bear?
If the bear doesn't have any useful part in the ecosystem, I'd be fine with trying to isolate the bear. I don't know
if the only thing you could do is kill the bear, you wouldn't have a problem with it?
I don't think I would. No. Okay. So I don't think I have a problem with I don't think it's I also wouldn't know I don't know if I would call it moral again, but like morality for me and ecosystems, they don't necessarily match together, right? You can't say there's morality within nature. There isn't. But within this hypothetical scenario where if we remove the bear and there's nothing bad happens, then
so like when we get down to it,
I still think it's bang.
Well, look, when we get down to it, I think you agree with our position more than disagree. The only issue you seem to have is with practicability. If we had
that's what I said from the beginning.
Well, right, but I mean, well, it sounded at first you had like actual ethical disagreements with us, where you were trying to argue that there's like some sort of moral issue with killing species because of like moral agency. It seems that we've gone over that. So like the only disagreement here seems to be with practicability, and I think most people here would agree we shouldn't go out and start killing all carnivores. But
thank you.
Do you think we should move towards, developing a political interest and a technology that would allow us to modify these ecosystems to be more ethical?
And it would be justified to kill some on the meantime. like
Yeah.
not necessarily all carnivorous animals, but it would be justified to kill some other ones.
But why would it be justified to kill some but not others? Why would that? But because that would still be us intervening
To
in
save
an
some
ecosystem
animals
which
from
we
being
create.
eaten alive.
Yeah, I mean,
Richard,
like,
I
by the
think
way,
there is.
well,
I think there is like a moral principle difference, like because it's just not like a practical thing. Like I mean, Chip can clarify, but I think there is like a value difference as well. It's not just.
There
like
is definitely a value difference. Yeah, there's definitely
Well,
a value
look,
difference. I wouldn't say there's no value difference, but like even within differences in values, I can still like the only reason, even with differences in value, the only reason why I think this argument doesn't make sense morally, especially, is because of all these fucking extra variables added into hypotheticals, which you bake in and say, what if this, 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 and then yeah, maybe in the what if scenario, this argument kind of makes sense, but in the scenario, in the world that we live in, this argument doesn't fucking make any fucking sense. That's what I'm trying to say.
We do have wildlife organizations that track wildlife numbers, and there is a lottery system when it comes to permitting hunting of bears, wolves, literally any species. So I don't know why you'd have an issue with people going out and hunting bears, knowing that there's caps on killing a certain number of bears and wolves and shit, when we know killing a bear may save the lives and improve the lives of a number of animals. Like just a few hundred fewer bears or wolves. That means there's going to be some deer that aren't going to have to worry about getting chased by some like gigantic monster that's going to rip them into pieces. They're not going to have that kind of anxiety all the time. There are some animals that aren't going to actually end up being murdered either. Like, it objectively improves these animals' lives. So, like, what's the argument against, like, at least for now, getting a hunting license and going out and killing some bears and wolves?
So what you're saying, what you also said in this discussion, is that there already is this population control of predators also happening, right? What I'm not against population control of predators. That's not what I'm saying, right? What I am saying is that we shouldn't do population control of predators for ethical reasons to save the moral high ground for, the moral high ground. I'm sorry, I'm tired. To save because of a moral issue of what they do to prey, but rather because of ecosystem balances, because at the end of the day, it's at the interest also of prey for the population of both prey and predators to be in check. So
okay,
yes,
that is in direct conflict with what you just said, where you'd be fine with killing a bear if it were going to put a human being or an animal at risk.
It's not. Again,
well, it is. You just said you'd be fine with killing a bear to save a deer if the bear wasn't necessary for the ecosystem. We know for a fact not every single bear in existence is necessary for the ecosystem. So I don't see what your problem would be with handing out a few lottery tickets for hunters to kill 100 bears when there's a few thousand living in the woods.
Because the ethical issues with that one is, number one, we don't know for a fact that every single bear is necessary for an ecosystem. If we have an ecosystem of 5 bears in total and a lot of prey, we don't know that killing one bear wouldn't make the whole ecosystem destable. But let's assume you do know that it makes the whole ecosystem.
Well, we do in fact know.
How do you decide which? How do you decide which bear? Like, how is it moral to decide which bear is supposed to die? Right? Like,
whatever bear crosses your path and you want to shoot.
And that's moral. That you think that's more moral, right?
Because I know for a fact the bear is going to kill many animals throughout its lifetime.
I don't know what to tell you. I like what I so let me just
sorry, how can you make a claim that every single bear is necessary for the ecosystem? Like, care to qualify that with any evidence? Like the death of one single bear is going to destabilize an ecosystem.
I don't have evidence for it. Just like you don't. Like, my claim is, like, I don't have evidence that one single bear can removing one single bear can destabilize an ecosystem. Just like you don't have evidence that removing one single bear could not possibly destabilize an ecosystem. Of course, you can make.
I do.
You can make it.
Yeah, I do. People kill bears, dude. I don't see that actually
and
causing any
ecosystems are
harm.
destabilized. Well, just because you don't see it doesn't mean like are you
Look,
are you
they give out
constantly
like again, there's these wildlife conservation organizations. They're funded by hunters, and hunters will pay a lot of money, sometimes thousands of dollars, in order to get a permit to kill something like a bear. There's a limited amount of these tickets, these permits that are given out. They do this because they know there's a certain amount of bears in the woods that can be killed before there's some sort of issue that arises. So, you don't have to take my word for it. These organizations probably know a lot more than I do. So, there are hunting permits that are given for bears, and I don't see the world ending because a few people kill a few bears.
Okay.
So, what's your argument against killing a certain number of bears each season?
I don't have an argument. If expert, I don't claim to be an expert in this. I'm not. Like if experts believe that it's for the sake of that ecosystem to thrive for both prey and predator, as I said, it is beneficial that we kill or relocate, not just kill, because again, I think like there's a bias towards killing them, but maybe we could relocate them. I don't know enough to say that, but I do think that, as you said, all of these organizations are funded by hunters, so therefore there is a bias towards hunting them, right? So if there is maybe a possibility where we can relocate them, then I would suggest relocating them. If they realize that keeping them alive would destabilize an ecosystem, that maybe, I don't know, the reason the ecosystem is fucked anyway is because we intervened. So I don't know if we should intervene. Like I don't know. Like I don't have all the data or know better. What you're asking me is if it's ethical or not, right? And what I'm saying is that at the end of the day, I don't think human beings intervening in nature is ever ethical. I don't think it is. I think.
Look, let me just get this clear. Like, you are in favor of relocating bears from ecosystems, is that right?
If we have the situation where you said that certain bears are detrimental to the ecosystem or are whatever, then yeah.
They don't have to be detrimental. There could be like bears who have like a null effect on the ecosystem.
So then why would you relocate them? Why would you even kill them then? If they have a null effect, why would you kill them?
They have a null effect in the sense that, they are still going to kill animals, but they are not like going to destabilize the entire whatever that means.
Okay.
Yeah. So are you in favor of relocating them?
No, I'm in favor of letting ecosystems be what they are.
Okay, I think he just has an ideological position against just
Isn't that the moral? Isn't that morality?
Well, you just have an ideological position. It's not like an actual logical position in favor of something. It's just based on being an ideologue.
No, it's not.
You can't really. Well, dude, you can't really explain to us why you have these positions. You're just saying I just think this way. So this is just all ideological.
I'm just saying ecosystems, the reason why ecosystems is important for ecosystems to be in balance is so that both all predators, all prey, and absolutely all animals in the ecosystem can thrive in that ecosystem.
So you just said you'd be against relocating a bear that had a null effect on an ecosystem and putting him in some sort of
yes.
So
that
this is an
ideological against the
position.
point that I just said.
This is an ideological position against having any sort of influence in the natural world. It's not based on any ethical position or any sort of logical position. It's just an
there
ideological
is a logical position. That's not true. The logical position is time and time again, whenever we intervene in ecosystems, it has proven that we have fucked up ecosystems.
He just asked you, would you be in favor of relocating a bear, not killing it, putting it in some sort of sanctuary if it had a null effect on the ecosystem? You said no.
But is that not still intervening in ecosystem?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
the point
saying,
we're
don't.
making. We're
Why
we're
would
in
we
favor
care
of
about it?
intervening. You're against intervening, and it's for an ideological reason, not for any kind of ethical reason.
No, my reason is that, okay, so what you're saying in a hypothetical scenario where there is some form where you know for a fact that removing a bear wouldn't change absolutely anything from that ecosystem, what you're saying is that if there is this hypothetical where removing one bear, we don't know anything that would remove from this ecosystem, we should kill that bear because they would otherwise kill other animals, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
It sounds bonkers to me. It just sounds bonkers because first of all, it implies the ideology that we as humans can decide the fact that this bear is optional to this ecosystem, number one. Number two is you decide which life of which bear deserves to live more than others. So there's a certain moral issues. It's just that I decide. It's the only difference between you three and me, basically, is that I have certain moral values and you have other moral values. But make no mistakes, it's the same thing at the end of it. Because
look, we make evaluations on who lives, who dies all the time. When it comes to criminals stealing property, harming other people, when it comes to people on transplant lists for kidneys, we make these evaluations all the time. So this is how the world works. We know for a fact that bears kill other animals. We have an interest in reducing rights violations. This whole idea that it's wrong to play God because, oh, you're imposing your ethical values on somebody else. Yeah, we do that all the time. Everyone has an interest in doing that. We have outcomes that we want to see. And we want to see an outcome where there's less rights violations. I think you can agree with that, but for whatever reason, you have this weird self-contradictory ideological position against fucking around with nature.
No, it's first of all, it's not self-contradictory, right? What you're saying is that what you are saying is that removing a bear, with a certainty that removing a bear, first of all, with a certainty somehow that removing a bear would imply less deaths of prey, whereas removing a bear doesn't necessarily, and without destabilizing the system, you also know all of this. Like you start on the premise that you have all of this data to know that what would happen to an ecosystem when you remove a bear. And when I mean the ecosystem, I do mean the population of both prey and the predator, right? And in an ecosystem, there isn't just one predator and just one prey. There's usually multiple, and it's a whole complex ecosystem. So maybe removing one bear, right, has seemingly no effect on the things that we number, but maybe it does have other effects on different areas. So maybe at the end of the day, removing one bear doesn't actually end up saving population. That's my point. Like, if you don't have the exact data saying that removing one bear saves a lot of prey, then don't do it.
Okay, so if a carnivore dieter were to
I can't go. I'm sorry. I can't go into more hypotheticals. It's been 4
yeah,
hours.
so,
for me.
well, this isn't a hypothetical. If a carnivore dieter were to drop dead, would objectively fewer animals be killed?
If a carnivore dieter would die...
if Sean Baker or somebody, if they drop dead, would fewer animals be killed?
Possibly, yes.
What do you mean possibly?
Yeah, no, I mean, yes,
eat nothing but meat.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
Let's say yes.
So they eat nothing but meat. Would their environmental footprint be reduced because they're dead?
Yes.
Okay. So what's your issue with killing meat eaters?
Well, the issue with animals being part of an ecosystem is that the ecosystem is far more complex than just prey. One predator, one prey.
Yeah, right. But with human beings, they're not part of like a natural ecosystem. They just live in human land.
Exactly.
So you'd be fine with killing meat eaters at least?
No. Why would I be fine with killing meat eaters?
Well, we know the outcome. We know every outcome that would happen. We know for a fact that fewer animals would be killed. Their environmental footprint, both with their food choices and any other form of consumption, would be reduced. They can't drive a car. They can't fly in an airplane. Fewer animals would die. We know every outcome that would happen. So given that we know every single outcome, why would you have a problem with killing somebody like Sean Baker?
I would have, so let's put it this way, right? Just to explain my position pretty clearly. I believe that people who kill humans, serial killers who kill humans, should be treated the way as serial killers who kill animals as humans, right? I don't think there's any difference in that treatment. So I don't agree, by the way, with the death penalty for any people on this world.
We're not
right?
talking
I
about
don't-
the death penalty. We're talking about just choosing to go out and kill people.
Exactly, but choosing to go out and kill people, what you are talking about is the death penalty, because what you're saying is that they should be penalized with death for the fact that they kill multiple animals. That's what you're
Yeah.
saying. And what I'm saying,
The
that's what it
difference is it's not a government.
yeah, I don't necessarily mean lawfully penalized necessarily, but what I'm trying to say is that I think that these individuals should be educated. I think they should be rehabilitated and reach a point where they stop killing animals. I think they should be forced to stop killing animals. Yes, I agree. I actually think that people who are carnists should be forced to not kill animals. But I don't think that we should kill them. I think that's such a
Okay, so
why would you choose violence when
Hey,
you could
Richard.
choose not violence?
So
Well, I'm
Sure.
almost done making my point here.
Sure.
So you think people should be taught not to kill animals and go vegan? So let's say this person was killing and eating human beings, and the only way to stop them was to shoot and kill them. You wouldn't have a problem with doing that, right?
If I catch them in the act of doing it, I don't know if I guess I wouldn't have a problem. Yes.
So we know for a fact, like, no time soon we're going to have any laws to prevent people from killing animals. So you'd be against somebody killing and eating animals over the course of their lifetime. Again, for the foreseeable future, they're going to just keep killing animals. But if they were killing human beings, you'd intervene immediately.
No.
So can you name a
no,
trait
no,
that's
no.
lacking in animals that if lacking in human beings would justify killing human to immediately...
I hate, this is what I hate about this whole argument, is that you keep bringing it back to speciesism, and I keep trying to tell you that my position is exactly the same. If I see a human being, let me rephrase it this way, right? If I see a human being attacking an animal, I would say it's justified for somebody to use force to stop that human being. Whether that force leads to death or not, I hope not, but if it does, you tried to do the right thing.
So you'd be fine with killing slaughterhouse workers?
Not in the context, because slaughterhouse workers are not people who choose to kill animals, right? They don't.
Well, they are. They could choose a different form of employment.
It's a bit more complicated than they choose to be.
No, they choose to work there.
I disagree on that one. Let's just put it this way.
Do they need to survive?
They don't need it to survive, but it's
okay.
It's a
so
more
you said it's
economic complex. It's a more social.
Okay. So killing is justified. Okay, so killing is justified because, well, there's complex socioeconomic, conditions, but it's weird how there aren't complex socioeconomic conditions when it comes to saving other saving other human beings from being killed.
Okay. Let me again, because you don't seem to get my point. Again, I'll rephrase it.
Well,
if we're in a world,
you care more about humans than animals.
Okay, if we're in a world, where killing animals is not something that's widely acceptable for some reason, and people haven't been educated enough about it, right? If we live in a vegan world, then what I said applies, right? If you see a human being attacking an animal, you should try to stop that human being and even use force, and if you kill them, that's what it is, right? Obviously, I would not advocate for anybody to do that in the current world, because the problems aren't as overly simplistic as us saying that that person is doing bad because they're in a job that maybe they were put in that position, right? I don't think it's insane to me that you think that it's so overly simplistic that these people think that you think these people choose to be like. Have you read any of the stories of these people? Because very few people are actually chose to be in a position to kill animals. None of the are you saying that everybody who does a job, does the job that they do because they love their job, because they want to be in that position? No, we are in positions that we are put in because of the fucking complexity of our society. That's what I'm saying, right? Whether that it's moral or not, it's a completely different thing.
So you could say that about serial killers. There are some interviews with serial killers where they'll tell you, I just had this compulsion to do it. What was his name? David Berkowitz. He was a serial killer of several women in New York back, I think, in the 1970s. he was talking about how he got indoctrinated into a satanic cult, and he was like worshiping the devil. He was sacrificing dogs to Satan or some shit, and apparently he had a few other accomplices that were never caught. So, like, oh, well, there are these weird socioeconomic conditions where this guy grew up in a poor neighborhood and he wasn't exactly the brightest dude, and he got sucked into this cult where he got friends and got validation. You could make the sort of like excuse for anybody doing anything. So, I don't know how you could like I don't know how you could say, well, it's not okay to like kill people killing animals because, well, there are these socioeconomic conditions that make them victims. But then when it comes to a human being killing another human being, you're like, oh yeah, kill them. When you could make the same argument that there's a set of like different socioeconomic conditions that made them commit like become serial killers. Like again, you're clearly just speciesist. You don't think animals have as much of a right to live as human beings.
I do think that's
No, you
how
don't.
is it that you're how first of all, please don't put things like words in my mouth, because you clearly don't understand my position, right? What I'm saying is that in the context of a society that we live in, where it is widely acceptable to kill animals, I don't think it's moral to kill animals. I wouldn't think, right, like you can understand to some degree that the fact that, like, you, for example, let's put it this way, right? Like, why do you accept riding horses, for fuck's sake? Like, why? Why is it that you think it's acceptable to ride horses?
Well, I've
Why?
explained this for the
Would
same
you be
reason
a
I think
sa-
it's
would you say it's
acceptable to walk a dog.
would you
Like,
say it's
and by
acceptable
the
to ride
way,
humans?
by
It's
the
acceptable
way,
to ride humans?
well, yeah, if they give consent. And by the way, I should
The horse.
clarify, I only think it's acceptable to ride horses if you train them to give consent.
What does training a horse to give consent mean? Because if you mean breaking in a horse,
You can
that's
look
not
up consent training. And the whole breaking a horse thing, that's something you do with wild horses. With domestic horses, they can just be trained with positive reinforcement. There's no such thing as like breaking if you're doing positive reinforcement training with a domesticated horse.
Can you do that with a human being? When they're young, you do consent training for them, just like you would
Yeah,
with
I
a
mean,
horse.
how the hell do you force kids to go to school? Like, I mean, we make people do things that they might not otherwise want to do. Like,
So
we
would
tell
you
our
say it's
kid,
ethical if a parent teaches their child that they should be just basically what horses are, that other humans will be riding on their back, and to teach them to be consent to ride on their back? And the reason, by the way, the reason why this is relevant is because I'm trying to explain the fact that there is some complexity to all of it, right? That's what I'm trying to come at towards the end. But it's been 4 hours, and I want to fucking end this discussion because I
by the
really
way,
am very tired.
Okay. So I just wanted to ask something about the killing humans thing, because we actually have flagged that for later, because Cyprian asked me, what I advocate for killing all other predators. Why wouldn't I advocate for killing humans? I do think there's some symmetry breakers between the two cases. I want to know what Richard thinks about it in Aputa. Yeah, like the reason I wouldn't advocate for killing humans is for pragmatic reasons. I think I see a couple of symmetry breakers between the human and the animal context. Like, one of them is that one, we will be like incarcerated. Like, it is socially accepted to hunt wild animals, not in the human context. Another one is that veganism will be labeled as a terrorist movement, or we're probably gonna fail if we do this.
well,
the other, yeah. And
yeah,
then
so
a third symmetry breaker is that, like, I think carnivore humans are like instrumental for vegan flourishing in the future. Like, I think like we need carnies right now for society to run or whatever. But anyway, I just wanted to think, what do you think about those symmetry breakers?
well, those aren't symmetry breakers. Those are just pragmatic reasons why we shouldn't advocate for killing carnies right now. If we had like a death note or something where nobody would ever find out it's vegans doing it, and you could just write somebody's name in a notebook and they just die of a heart attack, I don't see what argument you could make.
Sure. In principle, we agree. I just had those pragmatic concerns for advocating for the position.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We agree on that. You have the same view, Aputa, on that?
Yep, I do.
It's okay. Like, okay.
Well,
so
if
let's
it,
just draw a conclusion from this discussion, because I'm very tired. I cannot continue anymore. I'm sorry. I just cannot. It's been 4 hours already. You can, you know what, Richard, if you think I'm speciesist, I don't care. I don't care what you think. I know I'm not. I mean, I just think that you really didn't understand my position. I don't really care about that. It's okay. I also think you're speciesist when you ride horses, and I also don't understand your position on that one, but I don't call you a speciesist. So let's just move on with that one, right? That's kind of what I'm saying. You don't understand my position. I don't understand your position. Let's just move on with that one. I'm not trying to pick hairs with this one right here, right? First of all. Second of all, this whole position of my whole problem with the Culling argument thing has been from the start the practicability of it, right? Because if you have heard about it, you will have heard that some people go around killing spiders, killing predators, because they say, well, it's okay to kill predators because they are actually doing good by doing that, right? So my problem is that it's an oversimplification. While I can agree that there are certain situations where culling predators might be a moral choice, because I understand the perspective of the killing predators thing, I don't think that should ever be allowed or said for the majority of population who can barely discern what is right and wrong, to allow themselves to make decisions of such a complex nature, right? If you ever want to make decisions of such a complex nature, you would need a whole bunch of team, a whole bunch of studies, a whole bunch of things behind them to do all that, right? That's my whole point and perspective around it. I don't want to debate it anymore. That's just what I'm saying, okay? And by the way, it's pretty speciesist to say let's kill predators and not kill humans, right? Like if you encourage people to kill predators, to kill spiders, you should encourage people to kill also humans. That's just my point. Otherwise, it's speciesist at the end of the day, right?
yeah, so I think I proved that your position is purely ideological, even when we have hypotheticals where we know for a fact wiping out a carnivorous species from an ecosystem would not cause ecosystem collapse, and it would be clearly beneficial for prey species where they could live without getting predated upon, getting ripped to pieces. You still seem to have an issue with it. I think regardless of whether or not we talk about like moral agency, things like that, in a world where there's determinism, in a world where there's moral agency, doesn't really seem to make a difference to me. We want certain outcomes. We want an outcome where the majority of species on the planet that are conscious are living good, long, happy lives. Carnivorous animals, serial killers, murderers, rapists, they're all getting in the way of that. So killing them or imprisoning them or doing something to stop them from committing these horrible acts all seems like a good idea to me. So moving towards a world where we have political motivation to stop, these sort of atrocities from happening, and leveraging technology in order to get to this outcome all seems like a good idea to me.
I agree.
And just the 2 points. I'm fine with killing Carnis. I don't openly advocate for it for practical reasons. I think in the long term, it will probably prevent more people from going vegan than it will help, the vegan movement. If that weren't the case, though, yeah, absolutely.
Wait.
Vegans were the majority, but
how do you think telling people to kill other animals is practical for the vegan movement?
Well, I haven't seen it create practical issues. So
it's
when
already
I
legal.
about
It's already legal and socially acceptable to kill predators.
Yeah. So when
are you guys justifying now the fact that?
Well, yeah, we can talk about that a little bit. When I've done vegan activism, usually what ends up happening is people ask me, well, what about lions though? Like lions kill gazelles and shit. Well, I will tell them, well, what lions are doing is wrong too. I don't want lions to kill other animals. And then if the conversation kind of goes a bit deeper and they ask me, well, what would you do about lions? I would say, well, ideally we'd kill them all because they're murderers. When I talk to most carnists about this, when I do vegan outreach, they're actually like, never thought about it that before. Like, yeah, that makes sense. They don't really respond in a way where it's like, oh, you hypocrite vegans, veganism is stupid. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Bye. No one has ever responded to me that way. So I think this concern that the public is going to react in a way where they think veganism is stupid, I just haven't seen it. And on top of that, if you're debating very like smart carnists who are capable of debating, like maybe Destiny, some people who know enough about philosophy, they're going to catch you in a contradiction where if you're okay with animals killing other animals, you're not going to be able to come up with an argument for why it's okay for animals to kill animals, but it's not okay for people to kill animals. So you're putting yourself in a position where you're the one making a double standard, and people are much more likely to not take you seriously if they're smart enough to argue with you and they know enough about philosophy. But to your point about me being speciesist because I'm in favor of riding horses, to be clear, I'm not just in general in favor of people riding horses. I don't think any animal should be bred. I think that's exploitation. So breeding horses, absolutely wrong. I don't think we should be creating more horses to ride them. The only time I recommend riding horses is if you're a vegan, if you're somebody who happens to own a horse, maybe you did horse riding before you were vegan, maybe you adopted a horse because you have your own farm property or something. Horses need vigorous exercise to be healthy. Horses are generally lazy. Well, you really do. Horses are lazy.
You can pull them. You can.
Well, just so no. The only way for them to get vigorous exercise is if they run fast or if they have weight bearing and they're also running fast. The only way to get a horse to run fast, the only way I've seen for them to actually get vigorous exercise is to ride them. Horses are lazy. They're not going to move unless there's like a predator nearby that they're going to run from. When you're talking about horses in captivity, they're usually in relatively confined spaces. Even if they're in large spaces, the only way to get them to walk is to put food at each end of their like open pen. That's the only motivation they're really going to have to walk around. But walking around isn't vigorous exercise. So the only way to motivate them to actually run around and get enough exercise is to ride them. I haven't seen any other option. I've seen some people recommend putting them through obstacle courses where they're basically walked around on a leash. That's not as vigorous of exercise as, again, riding. And horses also have a propensity to become obese. Depending on the paddock they're on, they might be eating very sugary grass and the type of hay that you might have access to. It might also be very calorically dense. And because they're not really getting much exercise, they're going to have a propensity for obesity. And obesity is actually much more dangerous for a horse than it is for a human. So in cases where you have a horse that requires vigorous exercise, doing positive reinforcement training and consent training so that they can actually consent to be ridden, that's what you should do. Otherwise, I don't think you should ride horses for ethical reasons.
What if they don't consent to being ridden? What if in the consent
then you don't ride them?
You realize, okay, I wanted to know about that. Okay, I'm not. Listen, I'm not gonna. I'm very tired right now, and I don't want to go further into that. It is what it is. Okay, I'm not. As I said at the beginning of this discussion, which you weren't part of, and I hope everybody in the chat and everybody else understood. This isn't a "Are you vegan or aren't you not vegan?" discussion. This was a discussion where we would explore values, and I stand by it. We explored values in this discussion, right? Whether as far as I saw, because I was 1 versus 3 people at the end of it, I didn't really get somebody on my side to explain my position better. And I probably wasn't capable of explaining my position better than
we appreciate you being a good sport. And yeah, I know it's hard maybe arguing against 2 people. I think the moderator here did a good job making sure we're not like dogpiling you. So yeah, if you want to come on my channel and just have a one-on-one debate again, we can do that.
We can try and have that, but like honestly, I want to. My whole problem with it has been from the start practicability, and I feel like I cannot have this discussion because with you or anybody alone, because as far as I see the practicability aspect of it, where there have been times throughout this discussion also where it has been accepted that it could be unpracticable, or it has been acceptable that it could be unpracticable. The whole idea of calling some predators, not some predators, like I don't think like this whole argument is as thought out or as well well thought through as you guys defend it to be. I think there are clearly hypotheticals where it does make sense. I'm not denying it, but I think in a real life scenario, in a real world scenario, it's more likely that it doesn't make sense than that it does. That's just my whole point. And that if you want to debate that, we can debate the practicability of it. But the argument itself, I don't think I want to go down the same. I did it once with Heri. I did it once again with you. And
Well,
I don't do it again this time. So
well, I think we got you to agree on the normative side of things, the practicability aspect. I don't know if we're ever going to agree. I just want to point out,
Yeah.
like this same debate was being had over slavery for thousands of years. You can see mentions back when the Romans were practicing slavery, whether or not it would actually be practicable to free all the slaves. Back when Americans were in the slave trade, a lot of slave owners talked about how it would be impractical to free the slaves. So I don't think this practicability argument really makes any fucking sense. Look, we are going to reach a point where we have the technology and the political will to actually do something that is practical, to interfere with nature, to create an ecosystem that is ethical. That has to happen at some point. We're going to be able to travel throughout, like if we're going to be able to travel throughout the universe, create wormholes and crap like that, I don't see why at some point we're not going to be able to just stop bears from killing other animals.
I agree.
So
I agree with that.
So I don't know why you're so opposed to creating some sort of political will to actually interfere with nature at some point when we have the technology. Like your position your position just seems to be ideological, where we should just never do this.
Okay, no, okay.
But if you agree that one day we will have the technology, then why aren't you promoting the idea, saying that this is the ethical position, and once we have the technology, we should promote it?
Because of the context that we live in. I don't think in the context that we currently live in, where we as humans are more likely to see animals as objects, where we commodify them, where we kill them, is a helpful thing to, like, if somebody asks me, like you said during outreach, if somebody asks me, like I have had people ask me during outreach, and I have said the same thing. If I could stop them, I would try to stop them. It's exactly like you said. If they ask me for a solution, I'll just say I don't have a good enough solution, because I don't have a good enough solution with how it is right now. But maybe in the future, why would the solution be culling predators? Maybe the solution would be, as we said, feeding them lab-grown meat or whatever the shit other solution there is, right? My only point is that as it is right now, as we stand right now in our current world, in our current context, trying to tell people that it's okay to call, like to kill predators, to kill other animals, is basically just doing a detriment to veganism, if you ask me. That's my point about it. Like, I understand the argument in the context where in the future we'll have technology, but then shouldn't we kind of work towards a technology where we don't kill the animals? If we're anyway working towards a technology, shouldn't we work towards a technology where we don't kill these animals, but rather make it so that all animals live without being killed?
Yeah, so you could argue that, and maybe we will have some sort of gene editing technology where we can make bears herbivorous. But
That would be
again,
awesome.
you could argue that, okay, well, if all of these animals are herbivorous, then they're all going to be competing for the same food source.
That could happen, yeah.
So either way, I see it being more practical to probably eliminate some species. But in either case, I think when it comes to vegan outreach, you are going to have a ethically consistent position, and the ethically consistent position seems to be in favor of culling carnivorous animals, if that's the only option.
Yeah, I have the same experience as Richard with that. When I've debated carnies, and most of them seem to respect that we have a logically consistent position when it comes to predation. Like most of them are telling me, "Oh, you sound like the only reasonable I ever talked to, only reasonable vegan I ever talked to."
Fair enough. I appreciate the feedback. Okay, I understand what you mean, right? The reality is that I don't go into debates. So I don't debate people. I just go and do street outreach. And when I do street outreach, people are not going to try to debate me on something along those lines. But if I do, as I said, yes, I would think that it's wrong for wild animals to die as food, also to be killed for food also. But I don't think I have a solutions for that to happen. I hope that in the future, maybe lab-grown meat, maybe a combination of I don't know, something could be the solution, but you can also understand how a less intellectual person could understand when I say that, well, a solution could be that we kill wild animals, could instantly say, well, how is that different from us killing domestic animals, right? Like, why is that different? After all, they bring out the, well, lions kill gazelles argument all the time, right? How would it be like for me to say, well, when they bring up lions eat gazelles, to say, you're right, we should kill lions?
Well, again, if you're going to be in favor of giving the same rights to human beings as to animals, where animals have the right to not be killed, you're going to have to protect those animals from not only humans but other animals. So that would be a contradiction if you say that it's okay for animals to kill other animals.
I agree with you. I agree with you that at some point in time we will have to do that. But you can also agree with me that the biggest issue and the reason with the veganism is mostly, it's not necessarily, veganism isn't, as far as my definition of veganism isn't as stopping suffering or necessarily giving rights to animals, but rather to not exploit animals. That's the whole thing about veganism, is that we stop that we abstain from exploiting animals, right? How would we abstain from exploiting animals when we go in there and intervene because we apply our own ethical values to a system where
that's not exploitation?
It's not, but it's still, it's not exploitation. That's true. I'm not saying that that the whole point isn't vegan. You're right. It's not exploitation, but you can clearly understand that some people might see it as a negative connotation, or us doing this when we explain veganism.
I haven't seen that. I just haven't seen that with any of my outreach.
Fair enough. Okay. I don't know. Like, I'll take your feedback into consideration. That's why I wanted to have this discussion, by the way, to learn more about it. It ended up being a debate where my values were in question rather than me trying to learn more about the whole argument, which I think, by the way, is kind of wrong. If you want this argument for people to understand it, then perhaps don't try and find errors in the person's argument. What you guys have done tonight hasn't been outreach.
I don't see any better
argument.
way of trying to promote your own ethical position than by pointing out contradictions in somebody else's.
Or reductios.
I don't think that's how you. Honestly, I don't. Even when I do activism, I don't try to find contradictions in the people's thing. I try to get them to understand the position, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know how you're going to convince somebody to go vegan when you don't show them that their own ethical values contradict what they're doing.
Well, how about, like, if you ask me how to promote this, how about that you mention what your position is and let others question your values on that position rather than you questioning that person's position for their values, right? Because what you're doing is exactly the opposite of somebody who would be willing to understand that position.
Well, look, the idea with vegan outreach is to convince people that, killing animals is wrong and that animals should have the same rights as human beings. So, well, they'll understand by being challenged with their own ethical values. Their ethical value is that it's okay to kill and eat animals. And when you point out that based on their own fundamental values, that leads them to the position that killing animals is wrong. Like, I don't see any other better way to convince somebody to go vegan than to point out that they're contradicting their own values.
So look, this one. Exactly what Leon is saying. The best way for me to promote my ideas is not to create a strong argument, but attack the other position. That's what I felt you guys did to me tonight, okay? That's what I'm saying. You didn't promote your argument. You attacked my position, and you try to find holes in my position. And whereas you may find out that as one way of doing it, right? Like, I am not convinced by this argument. I still believe it's unpractical. I still ended up with the same thing. All that happened is that we tested my values, and I got kind of annoyed to some extent. I'm pretty tired. And at the end of the day, I got called a speciesist and whatnot, right? I don't agree. I don't mind, because I guess for some people it was nice to watch. I don't even know that. But what I'm saying is that if you guys want to promote this argument, for God's sake, please try to explain the argument, not attack the other people's position.
Well, we do. We explain the argument, and then we we attack your position based on some of the arguments that you make against it. Like that's how a discussion works. Like this is how everything in academia works. Like how do you think scientists debate ideas? Like one way to debate ideas is by falsifying somebody else's idea. That's just how these sorts of discussions work.
That's one way of doing it. Sure, that's
well,
one way
no,
of doing
that's just how you do it. If you can't falsify somebody else's position, how are you going to convince them of your position? You have to falsify, some other their contrarian view.
I didn't become vegan because somebody falsified my position. I became vegan because somebody I watched the Joey Carbstrong video that explained the position, and I instead falsified my own position and understood the position. Okay, if you try to falsify my position,
so rather than somebody arguing with you, you just argued with yourself, but you just proved your point. You have to have somebody arguing against your position.
Okay, I have to have even this right now. I proved your point. Okay, I proved your point. My point wasn't that at the end of the day there is some values that would have to be contradicted, or that there is some contradiction in my thinking that would have to happen. That wasn't my point. My point was that if you want to convince somebody about something, you don't need to point out and prove their values, their contradictions, or anything, right? You don't have to do that, but rather you have to listen to what their position is and explain your position so that you can try to find similarities or try to make them understand it better.
Whereas I don't really care. Like if you're butthurt that people are arguing with you, that's your fucking problem. So we like arguing. If you don't like arguing, then maybe you shouldn't be in these discussions.
I don't like arguing. I'll be honest. I don't think these arguments, these discussions are productive, because at the end of the day, I think nobody in this chat changed their opinion.
Well,
I didn't.
We were just exploring your values. We were just asking questions to explore your values and see what extends logically from them, and the audience can determine what position sounds the most logically consistent, reasonable.
Fair enough. Like people can decide that. I'm just saying, like. I think
I don't get the point, because we've seen vegan gains like Richard being in a discussion with RB about this. I've watched that discussion. I've been in discussions myself where people pointed out how not being how not being pro predator killing is not in line with my values. So that's how it happened for the rest of us.
That's okay if that works for you. That's fine.
So I'm not sure what the point is with you talking about this.
My whole point was we could have done it differently and probably would have reached, I don't know if the same thing, because I don't have a magical mirror to know what would have happened if we did it differently. My whole point is that when you try to debate, I don't know if I did outreach courses on people talking about veganism, and if you're going to debate people, what will happen is that people will debate you. That means they will try to hold their position, right? And at the end of the day, nobody wants to win or lose. Nobody wants to, believe it or not. That's the whole idea of debating, right? There's a winner, there's a loser.
If you're intellectually honest, you'll admit when your position is either wrong, falsified, if you've contradicted yourself, and you'll change your position based on new evidence. So people don't like losing a debate, but again, I'm more concerned with the truth and getting closer to the truth and having a logically consistent position than losing a debate. I've lost debates with Avi. He convinced me on culling carnivorous animals. I didn't hold that position before. He made me change my views on abortion. I've changed my position on that. Even though I'd prefer to have won, really, I would have preferred to have lost, because now I know more than I did before.
I agree, but you understand that because no, never mind. I'm not trying to do a retrospective right now. No, I'm sorry. I don't want to go into it. I'm too tired to go into a retrospective to prove my point. What I was saying just now. Okay, I'm too tired.
I don't know what your goal is in debates, but my goal is just to get closer to the truth. I genuinely wanted to understand your position and see what extends logically from your position.
Same, but
I think we obtained the information we wanted to obtain.
Well, it didn't feel that way, right? Because you drew out a conclusion that I'm a speciesist. That's why you drew out a conclusion. And I know for a fact that I'm not a speciesist because I understand my positions. Maybe there's edge cases when I don't really understand my positions. And then in that position, in those edge cases, you could argue that, am I a speciesist? Or maybe I just default to what I've been taught ever since at the beginning. But anyway, again, I don't want to go into a retrospect of the discussions. We had a 4-hour discussions, 4 hours and a half. I'm very tired and hungry because it's been 4 hours and I haven't eaten. I don't know how you guys eat, but I eat a lot.
Yeah, likewise.
And, yeah, so let's just finish here. I appreciate all the conversations. Richard, I appreciate you coming here. I hope the chat, because the whole reason why I wanted to have this conversation was to get people to understand more about this argument, because to be honest, I understand some perspective of it. There's, again, some practical issues that I have with it. So I hope that people got something out of it. And if not, it's sad that nobody got anything out of it. It is what it is. It was at least the conversations that you listened to. Yeah, I don't have a conclusion to draw from all of this. We all want to stop. Like, my conclusion is we're all vegan. We all want to stop animal exploitation. So let's all agree that that is bad. Let's all agree that we all want that to happen, to stop. Let's just end at least on a positive note that we all.
And I think all of us here agree that predation is bad, and we should abolish predation if we had a way to do it. I think we all agree with that as well.
If we had a way to do it without killing sentient individuals, yes, I think the method of killing sentient individuals, this particular method is where we disagree on, right? Is the fundamental difference, and trying to explore and show me that no. Okay, that's the difference, and that's the conclusion. So thank you for being here, everybody. Thank you for having this conversation with me. And I saw another donation. I just want to say thank you for that. Oluwali, thank you for the membership. And Nick, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it. I would do a guitar thing, but I'm too tired. Yeah, and I don't know, vegan gains. I'll learn more about my position, and I'll contact you again to learn more about it. But I really want to learn more about this argument. I really want to learn more about what my position is about this whole thing, and make a definitive statement. As it stands now for me, I still think there's only certain edge cases where this argument makes sense. That's all. That's where as it stands out for me.
All right, man. Take care. I'm gonna go back to
Thank you for having me, B. Thanks for popping by.
Thank you, Sky. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'll just remove you guys to have a little. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Just as a exit thing, I hope you had. I hope you got something out of the interview. If not, that's okay. I appreciate you being here. Please, for God's sake, please, I please, on top of anything, please do not call any of these other people that I had a conversation with non-vegans or anything else. Okay, it was just a conversation about calling predators. Did it get a bit heated up? I got a bit heated up for sure, but it's okay. Okay, at the end of the day, we're all fighting to end animal exploitation, and that's what I wanted to say. Okay, please, let's just unite against the animal exploitation, and we can continue debating about the rest. Okay, we can continue this calling predator debate if you want at some point, but please don't say they're not vegan. Please don't say they're not any of that. Okay, it's just a different perspective of something that's not necessarily related to veganism the way I see it. Okay, so thank you so much for being here, and I appreciate all of you. Be kind to animals, be kind to humans, and I don't know, let's make the world better. Okay, thank you, everybody. I appreciate you.